us drive your investment returns. We are New Zealand's specialist lenders to the premium retirement village sector. Senior Trust has a strong track record of delivering investors attractive, stable returns. Get in touch with our specialist investor care team today.
Good morning and welcome to the Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters in association with the Senior Trust, and that's not a mouthful at all. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Selena Goddard for this game that we're going to watch here, which is the Mixed Pairs over 75. They've begun, so we're on end 2 and we're going to get to watch the team of Anne Muir and Errol Edlin from the Northland Centre take on Peter Shane, or Sane, someone will tell me how to say it, and Jill Fraser from the Auckland Centre. So we're on N2, it's 12 ends, 6 bowls. Have I missed anything, Selena?
Look, that's pretty straightforward and simple, I think. I am interested, though, that it isn't 2-4-2. So we've gone back to the classic three bowl pairs for this event. Yeah. It's always a good one.
Well, sorry, excuse me. I say that after I've seen 3 bowls played. It's what I was told this morning when I asked. So I take no responsibility if they play the 4 and the 4.
Look, we're just here to watch the bowls come down and, just watch this great game that we're sure that this final will end up being.
That sounds like a good plan to me. And that's Errol Edlin. The Errol was that Anne Muir down the end. Anne Muir down the air. 6 o'clock her bowl is finished. So off the front, she's more well known. I mean, she's a fantastic player, but known in recent years as a multiple winner of Coach of the Year, Anne. So I wonder if Errol's one of her proteges.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Anne Muir is really, what she's given back to the sport from her, days of excellence where... Not saying that she's past those because she's clearly in this final, but, going back to when she did play for New Zealand, she's really given back to the sport and obviously her roots as well up in Northland by providing a lot of coaching. I think, personally I see her quite often at the, Intercentre and the Sevens as well, so it's fantastic to see her out on the green today.
One of those evergreen bowlers as well. I remember her, was it the Central Otago Mixed Pairs? I think she got down to a quarter-final or a semi-final with someone from up north and won the New Zealand Pairs, pretty sure, beating Joan Val in the final.
Honestly, once you've got it, you always have it, eh? Yeah. And so I think, a piece of that knowledge no doubt will come through in this final. Like, often it's funny that you get to these finals and sometimes the final that you play in terms of the quality of bowls can sometimes happen in the quarter and the semis. But with her calibre, she'll settle she will settle in, I'm sure.
Brilliant. Here's Errol here on his forehand, crossing his arms. Now, this is the second time this grass green has been played on this season, Selena. The first time was yesterday, so it will be slowish, but still lovely to get out on grass, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, is it ever. I think, too, kudos to the greenkeepers out there. We have not had the easiest year in terms of the climate. I was actually getting a wasp nest removed yesterday, and I was having a good chat to... the guy there that does a lot of the removals, and he actually said the amount of wasp nest removals that he has done this year, he would normally have done that number come December. So it has been warmer, but it has been that's because it's been a lot wetter. So kudos to the greenkeepers out there to keep the greens up to scratch and still get us out there for an event like this.
Yes, Peter saying. Another man who's been around forever and a day. He's got a gold star for 5 national titles on his forehand. And they're holding a good 3.5 or 3 there so far, Selena. Maybe 4.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, one of angles here. Still a really good opportunity. for Errol, just to even use that 3.5 bowl as a bit of a guide to try and come in, try cut it down, even if it's if it's dropping a 2, dropping a 1, that all really helps.
Staring at this bowl, just underneath the line, so it's going to be another 3. And if you look at the score tick on the top left of your screen, you can see that Peter and Jill scored a 3 on the first end and another 3 on the second, so 6-0 up after 2. 12-end game. It's a good start if you're a supporter of the Peter and Jill Fraser mixed pairs team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the kind of start you wish you could always get off to, right, in a final. And although it is 12 ends, gosh, sometimes 12 ends can feel like a long game, or it can be a really, really short game, depending on the way it goes.
Let's see, Jill. Is it going to stop? Whoop. That's absolutely incredible weight control, isn't it? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, she had really good line on that one too.
Literally landed on the little wooden edge. On the forehand. So you've just come back, Selena, from... Well, yeah, no, it feels like just come back, isn't it? From what seems like weeks and weeks and weeks of pretty high-level bowls. Can you talk us through the World Championships? It's the first one we've had since 2016.
Yeah.
What was it like?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it did feel like a very long time away. I think I had the Champ of Champs singles on afterwards, so I was actually away from home for about 5 weeks, and every single day of that was very high level intense bowls, so I feel like I've played a whole year's or season's worth of bowls already, but gosh, it was brilliant. If for those that had been following the results, it was an extremely successful event for the whole team. This is across the paras, across the men, across the women. So, there naturally, there's some of us that, because we are quite perfectionists, we do feel a little bit disappointed with some of the outcomes and the results, and we did wish for some more. But, as the days keep ticking by now, kind of looking back and reflecting on the overall achievement, and what it took from 2016 to get to where we are now, it is an incredible achievement from our small but proud country.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be as good as you are if you didn't want to always be better. So I don't think it's never a bad thing to always want to be better. Even when you win something, I'm sure there's something that you could look at and go, I could have done this better or that better.
Yeah.
So it was exciting to watch from this side of the Tasman for sure.
Yeah. No, it was, I think to get to those sort of final stages as well, in the sense of even just getting those games on the live stream so those back home could watch. It is really cool to hear the response from back home when people can kind of watch those bowls and ride those bowls with you, and they get that big picture of the game. So all the streaming that we do get in bowls, I think, really helps when you're not able to be at the event yourself.
Yeah, it does. Val Smith gave me a heart attack. Was it the women's triples, I think? We were able, one of the live streams finished for Australia and they kept it going. They turned the camera towards the women's triples and Val played a last bowl to win it. And the office, the Bowls New Zealand office, paused and watched with a great level of stress and anxiety.
Yeah, that was a brilliant one.
That was a great shot. We see on the crossover, Jill seems to have started off out of the gates a bit quicker than Anne in this game, Selena.
Yeah, and it looks mainly from her, getting her line. She had that on the last end too, whereas, Anne's not too far off, but there's just the odd bowl that's sort of just steering away from the line there. So, I always find when you do get to a new rink in a new green, keep it simple for yourself. Find the centre line, and then the weight will come. And yeah, I think for Jill, that's definitely what she's sort of focused on, and got a few handy for Peter to work with.
On this backhand here. He's had the same delivery forever, Peter. Willing it to slow down. Happy enough with that as the first one, eh? It's not too bad.
Yeah, you'd be pretty chuffed. still, options here for Errol, in the sense of, again, find that line, find that nice channel like he's looking to do here.
Goodness, it's holding.
Yeah.
Do you find, Selena, so you've been in Australia on maybe 15, 16-second greens, although it did look like they sped up. But do you find when you go from playing, say, 3 or 4 weeks on those slow greens, you have to recalibrate your brain when you're watching the quick greens, so to expect what a bowl's doing? What's that like to come back to?
Oh, absolutely. Like I've always thought that the best bowlers out there are those that can adapt the quickest. And we definitely got sent that challenge when we were in Australia because the Helensvale green in particular, that one was running about 19 seconds with the wind, and then you'd play at Musgrave and that was 14 seconds. So, and you can imagine we're playing at one green one day, then the next day at the next. So, yeah, you definitely do need to understand the, how are you going to deliver the bowl, what's your technique for that speed, and then that tactical side, like, are we trying to draw around things or are we now trying to play through things? So there is a lot to calibrate when you do get to a green and the pace isn't, I guess, what you're used to.
Well, sounds very confusing.
Absolutely, but gosh, some people make it look so easy, don't they?
To my disgust. Here we go, Peter on his backhand. If he clears the front one, how much running does it have left in the bowl? Not enough, look at that. So, what's the situation here? What's Anne asking? Right.
So I'd say that that's the line he wants. It's all up to the weight now.
Needs it to clear the front bowl,
Turn
and then
any
you
of those
pray for a good
blues.
result.
Oh, yep, and he definitely got that.
Fair enough.
I mean, that was always the channel too. A lot of people can sometimes slap their thighs, being like lucky shot, and yes, lucky outcome. However, I think you make your own luck as well in some instances, not all, but in this particular outcome of that bowl, he was in that area and he did have the right weight. So that is what can happen when you're up, right?
Absolutely, a beautiful weight. So his collision bowl was never going to shear away from the head at speed.
Yeah,
it was
that's
always going
right.
to sort of hang around. So
Yep.
on the board. And we're on the 4th end now, so it feels like this game's, we're blinking and it's just zipping through with this 12 end situation. No time limit, so they will get their 12 ends in. 5 the diff. Looks like a Bowls New Zealand coach jacket that Anna's wearing.
Yeah, we're wearing it with pride. That's a wee bit nippier out there this morning. We had stunning days for Auckland for the last 2 days. I couldn't believe it. It felt like summer again, and it was like 16 degrees.
Yeah. The 2 days is probably your maximum nice days in a row.
Yeah, I think so.
As good as it's going to go. There we go. Jill Fraser on her backhand. Now, it's half a chance here, isn't it? If you're Anne, you're thinking, I've been outled in the first 3 ends. Well, my opposition's just fallen short with her first bowl. I have a chance to go right on top of the jack and try and turn it around a little.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well she's also made that change to the length too.
Yes.
Before it looked like they were playing sort of more long maximum lengths, and Anne's really shortened that up. So good strategy coming in here.
Interesting that Jill's switching to the forehand here. Wouldn't have been the instinctive thing to do. Well, I suppose she sees a bowl on a jack and she's like, that's what I'm going to be resting.
That's easier, yeah. And
Yeah,
I guess,
fair enough.
yeah, I was going to say, I guess as well, if you've got that mindset of, okay, I'll change my hand because I can sit a bowl, naturally you should be a little bit heavier as well. So, yeah, each to their own, really.
And Jill spends a lot of time playing up in a team too.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I was probably in a lead mindset where I'm thinking,
Yeah.
if you're a lead, just stay on the same hand and
Like,
you just make your correction.
Yeah, I'm probably with you on that one, to be honest. Keep it simple for yourself. Especially if you do get to a rink or a green where, there can be two very different lines or two very different paces that can catch a few people out. They do chop and change.
So there's a much better end here for the team from Northland. Excuse me, I've kind of had enough coffee this morning. Crossing over, holding 2. So Errol now. What hand do you think he will play with this first one, Selena?
I mean, if it was me, I would be playing the opposite hand. So if he's a righty, I'd be saying the forehand, just to try and turn that blue one over to shorten the target. And if you're missing, you do get back to Joel's green bowls. But he's going to prove me wrong here.
I love commentating. That's why I got you to say it, not me.
Yeah.
So Errol just looking to add one to the bunch. He's going to have good weight, but he should be wide. Yeah, so he's finished level with the jack, but out a little bit. So he'll learn something from that, won't he? Anne in the background will probably be waving her arm side to side, saying, look, you're level with the jack.
Yeah.
And Peter will be on his backhand as well, trying to use that back bowl you were talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a poor bowl from Peter. He won't be happy with that one.
Better line.
That's a lovely correction. That was a beautiful delivery too from Errol.
Yeah.
Well coached by Anne Muir.
Yeah, look at that. Does make it a little bit harder for Peter to get the ultimate result now from what he's trying to do, just by moving Anne's bowl a little bit over the line.
It's turning though.
However, here it comes.
A good second shot there, isn't it? And play with nice weight.
Yep. Man, look, Errol just needs to play the same bowl again, really. Get another one in. They've got that back one there now too, so...
Oh, the hands have gone up.
Yeah, he's... Oh, what? Here we go.
Never in doubt.
No, there you go.
Oh,
oh. Oh my gosh. Sometimes it's just not meant to be, is it?
The bowl's God's sweet. No.
No, not today.
You don't get to have 1 point. Here we go. Peter watching this bowl. Slightly overplayed. Well, not really overplayed today. He was just a bowl wide.
Just a little bit wide, yep.
One more to the Northland team. So 1.5 then. Do you think we'll see Anne continue to keep that jack length on the shorter side?
I would say so. It's I think that they've just had a few more effective bowls in the area on that shorter length, and they've obviously got their line a lot better. Oh, they must be measuring to the...
So we can see, that's the whatever coloured bowl that is.
Just trying to see what one they're trying to check.
That's Peter's bowl that they're measuring now. Lots of...
Oh, maybe this is like a... Oh, I think that they just yeah, they just measured Jill and Peter's bowl. I mean, I thought for a second, is this some kind of conversation that they were having themselves to see who was closer? But they must have just forgot whose bowls was whose.
I was legitimately beginning to question myself.
Me too. I was really trying hard to see what bowl could possibly have been their second shot, but I didn't want to speak too soon.
And then Jill tried to take the jack.
Oh, how good.
You go first, Anne.
Look, it's been a long week.
Oh, it
okay?
has been. Goodness me. Oh, it's good stuff. It's a funny moment. Oh, and a long jack. All the excitement. We've got a long jack.
Yeah.
Must be the adrenaline rush, I
I
think.
think so.
Oh, that's great stuff. And here we go. And on her forehand side, so to the left on your screen.
Something about Anne that I just remembered as well, and I'm sure all of those that have, here she goes, yeah,
Great bowl.
that she's, that have had the pleasure of being coached by Anne. She's always passed on a few words of wisdom to me throughout the years, and she always preaches about staying in the blue. And for those that are unsure what that means, how on earth can you be in the colour blue? It is referring to more of a mindset. So being in the blue kind of means, a clear head. You're sure of what you want to do. You don't let the noise get in there and crowd yourself. So I do love seeing Anne, always rock the blue bowls. She's always got a blue cap on as well. And I mean, it's probably quite ironic that Northland rocks the blue uniforms too. So
Really settling in now, and
yeah.
and that is a great. It's a great coaching mindset thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Whatever it's called.
keeping in the blue. Yeah.
Was it? Did it come to mind? It was the All Blacks used it, didn't they?
Yes.
Sort of 10, 15 years ago.
Yes.
Forgotten the man's name who sort of talks about it, but if you Google or YouTube it, there's a couple of really good podcasts
Yeah.
where he talks for 40, 45 minutes about
Yeah.
sport mindset.
Yeah.
And you might look at bowls and be like, what do we need that for? But trust me, you would know more than I do. It needs, certainly having your mental skills is extremely helpful.
Definitely. It's, at this level, and especially for how long those out there that we're watching right now have been playing, the tactical or the technical side isn't as weighted as the mental side. A lot about bowls is that more, endurance. Yeah, much more about the endurance and repetition, and things happen. Wicks happen, you measure your opposition's bowls and that happens, and you've just got to be able to switch on and switch off, and keep that same mindset for, to last the game.
I quite like that chat as well with bowls when we talk about how long anyone can be focused for anything. And if you're expecting to spend a 10-hour day at bowls, it'd be silly to go, well, I'm going to be focusing for 10 hours,
That's
100%.
right.
You can't do that. You have to pick your moments.
Yep.
So you zone in for your two.
Yep.
And then you can just observe
Yep.
the rest. As if you're trying to be absolutely keyed in, that's how you get burnt out. So you might be amazing for 7 ends.
Yep.
And then you're going, oh.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm tired now.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're all on the back end. Looking at sort of a probing weight. He's got Anne's bowl at 6 o'clock. He'll be disappointed this is tracking. Oh, that was nice weight for a good result.
Yeah, they're all really settling in now. Really good heads being built. You'd be pretty happy getting on the mat as a skip, from either side here.
Peter on the forehand. I think his last or most recent title might have been with Ashton and the Peers in about 2015 or 16.
Yep.
So not long ago.
I remember actually watching him at Browns Bay when the Nationals was on, and he was playing Sheldon in the, oh goodness, don't quote me, it was on the finals day, so it was right down the tail end of the event.
Yes.
And he's always there. He hangs in there, right to the very end.
Absolutely, and I think has the nicest backhand run shot
Yeah, that's
in the game.
true. Yeah.
His backhand runner, absolutely,
Yeah.
it's beautiful. Unless you're playing him.
Yeah.
So they're holding one to that, is it a green bowl? The green bowl at 7 o'clock?
I'd say so, yeah. So Errol's got the right idea. He just, wants to try and promote, promote Anne's bowls.
Oh, he's got the right weight, but not the right green. Just about got a fantastic result off that of that short one. How do I get another one, says Peter. Asking him to play the forehand side. So essentially, in that situation, you'd think that the blue is a block, right?
That's right.
But the way to approach that is to think, well, I'll just go there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
And if I hit the block, I hit the block.
That's
and if
right.
I don't, I don't.
Yeah, that's right.
He was trying to avoid the block.
Yeah. Had a little bit of heat on it too, so yeah, he's probably quite happy with one.
Yeah. One blue. We have a few people tuning in, so thank you for tuning in. If you want to share this with your friends and family, because it's on YouTube, it's reasonably simple, so just forward the YouTube link however you want to do that, and you should be able to watch it on your television or any other device. It's also available online on the Bowls New Zealand, what do you call it, Facebook page. The Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and a couple of other places as well. So thank you for tuning in. We've got 2 more games to go after this. 2 more finals that I've written down somewhere, and I'll tell you about at some point. 2 more finals, so we're losing Selena from the commentary booth and gaining Mark Noble for final 2 and final 3. Jill on the forehand of the jack, right on that 2 metre mark. On the back end. Interesting. And we'll just watch this bowl. You're just willing it to turn back in. Is it going to stop?
I'd say possibly. She was still watching. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we are. Well called.
Yeah.
Good reading of the body language.
Yeah. When in doubt.
Jill on the forehand still. Can see on the other rink another final going on as well, and that's going to be happening all day. That's a better bowl from Jill. Never worried if it goes past the head, as long as it's, provided it stays on the rink, it's always got a chance to be handy.
Yeah, that's right. I think as well, especially, as a lead, if you're playing a length that you're not quite grasping, if you can just get them behind and out of the way for your skip, so, they can come in and save the day. It at least leaves the channels open.
I once played a day of indoor bowls with a very good team, and I said to them, the issue is you're going to be too good and I'm going to have nothing to wick off. So you're going to take nice green.
It's quite ironic that you do say that, because I've definitely played in some games where the issue was just getting a bowl, getting 2 bowls close, and they were such good runners and such good drivers. You'd actually end up kind of losing the game because you just set really good targets.
Go too good.
Yeah. Kind of leaving those holes can help in some instances.
So one of the looser ends we've seen, really, It's 5 the difference, so it's 2-7. Northland trailing by 5. Holding 1 to Ann's blue bowl at, what's that, 5 o'clock on your screen. And Errol looking to make it 2 if he's got the running. Go, he says. May have. It's hard to tell with the camera angles, isn't it?
So far it's been dominated by the blue bowls, we'd say.
This is narrow, I think. Maybe it's not narrow. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Put his hands up like he doesn't quite know what to do.
Yeah. It's a strange game we play, isn't it? Because there's been
very.
ends in this game where all just about 10 bowls would have fit between the jack and the second shot that we see here. And Errol, he's clumped into Peter's last bowl.
He probably would have been all right as well. Probably would have hung around.
This looks like it's got a bit of merit potentially. When's it going to stop?
Looks like they sort of run through just a little bit once it passes that 2 metre mark.
Right, desperately wants this one to count. That
will do it.
That's good.
Yep.
Good bowl, Errol.
Yep.
Well played.
That looked pretty similar to his previous bowl as well. That just unfortunately ran in. There you go. No, but they're listening.
How good. So we'll watch. Ann's brought the mat up a little bit from the back mark and hoofed the jack down the green. So we'll see what length she wants to play. Oh, it's got a bias on it. Now, just quickly, some viewers might have thought that that had gone outside of the rink. If you're just glancing, you see those two
chalk lines.
Thank you.
That's
Chalk lines. Chalk lines. They're not the rink markers. That's a marker for the players to understand, ironically, where the camera, what the camera can see. So we put those 2 chalk marks down and say to the players, if you can, could you please stand to the side of the chalk marks. Couldn't have timed that better if I tried.
I know. I feel like 2 for 2 now with the commentating and the timing of it all.
Here we go. Jill Fraser on the forehand. You see that indication a lot in bowls, don't you, Selena? Someone, or a leader or skip, telling the player that their bowl's finished level with the jack?
Yes. Yeah, and funnily enough, for everywhere else in the world, they don't use jack level. They don't know what that means.
They're crazy.
Yeah, but then again, brilliant.
What a shot.
But then again, I guess as well, a bowl technically is either jack high or jack low. You just got to look at it a little bit closer. But nah, look, we like to keep it simple, keep it easy. Close enough to jack level. Yeah, close enough.
And then, we've had this conversation on commentary before, but I did, I got hopelessly confused in Australia with a co-commentator, because in New Zealand, you've got jack low, so as you see the camera here, if a bowl is at 12 o'clock short of the jack, New Zealanders call that jack low. If a bowl is level with the jack, it's jack level.
Yep.
And if it's past the jack, it's jack high,
Yep.
which I thought was a nice, simple, easy to understand system of talking about where a bowl is in relation to the jack. And the co-commentator was like, oh, that bowl's jack high. And I thought, not really. Like, I'd say that's jack level. And then we just had I just got hopelessly confused, the Australians.
Because they do the opposite way around.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
No. If you hear me play, Jill's very close.
Look at this. Oh, beautiful shot.
Yeah, top bowl. If you hear me play, I never use jack high and jack low because I just got so confused when I lived in Australia for the 3 years. I just in the moment forget which one is what and where I'm playing and who I'm playing with. So I just say it's in front of the jack. It's behind the jack.
That's probably the smartest way to be. I would say that's the best idea. Just madness.
Yeah.
See Errol here on his forehand. So Northland hanging in there really. They were 6-0 down after 2, remember. 4-7 now. They'll be feeling okay if they can score on this end. It's 2 the difference. Good shot. So what's Peter doing here? So he's on his backhand.
I just need to have a wee look at that head again, but I believe if he can just make connection with that front bowl, not, either he can go big weight or not too much weight and he's going to get a good result.
Yeah, so you can see the jack. It's definitely, it should be clearing those bowls or otherwise getting a snick off those bowls, but certainly going back to where, that's why Anne is now saying,
get back there.
Here's your danger area, Errol. This is where the jack is going to end up.
It's a funny situation too, because the weight that Peter is opting for is actually a really tough shot to play, especially when there's no short bowls. The easier shot's probably just going a little bit more weight, seeing as the green bowl should be locking in with that blue bowl behind it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he goes with this one. And
needs it to hold. This could be brilliant.
Oh, well played.
That's very good.
Very, very good.
Really controlled weight there. It would have been so easy to go a little bit heavier at that.
Absolutely. That's a brilliant bowl. Yep, so sit that green bowl and you'll get the shot. That's what Anne's saying.
And for Errol, it's essentially the same weight that he's just played, isn't it?
Correct.
Same weight you just played.
Yep.
On the backhand. This is in the area, Selena.
He was quick to it as well. He must be seeing it.
Needs it to turn.
It's not a mile off.
Needs it to turn. Turn, says Anne. Not to be. That was a fantastic try. I'd expect it to be. You feel like it's a green bowl, don't you?
Yeah. Possibly even close for 2, to be honest.
Jill, using the finger measure. Whatever happened to the bowl? Do you remember the bullseye? So people use their fingers, which I can't do. But I'm sure there was a product on the market that was like an opaque circle with lines on it, and people used to use it. Maybe it was decided that it was maybe might not have been allowed to use it.
You'd think that would have a little bit more accuracy than the finger measuring, though.
And then I wonder if that's a measuring device and you're not allowed to use a measuring device during the game.
Yeah, that's true.
That's probably what happened to the bowl. I'll probably answer my own question there, I think. No, finger measuring, no. I don't back myself to not move in between finger measures.
Yeah.
If you can lock, some people are amazing at it, eh? They lock themselves in. I don't back myself to successfully do a finger measure. And Peter has had his own look at the head, just making sure he's got the right bias. And on the backhand.
I'd say he'd be looking for a similar thing, just,
He's walked away from his bowl.
Good speed.
Well, yeah, it wasn't that far away. Now, Anne.
Redemption time.
Measure the opposition's bowl.
Yep.
1 to Jill, courtesy of Peter Sains. Lovely little shot on the back end, and they take an 8-4 lead. So they're leading by 4 points, and they've played 7 ends. So 5 to go. No time limit. Ooh. Someone zipping past the bowling club.
Yep. Happens a lot at Browns Bay. It's quite a busy road, that one, that you can just see in the view here.
My favourite, there's a shop in Browns Bay, an ice cream parlour.
Yeah.
Ping, something to do with penguins.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's great in the height of summer when you're playing bowls.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very warm. Pop over at lunchtime or afterwards.
Yep.
And it's top-notch stuff.
I'll tell you about a wee hidden treasure as well. All our North Harbour ladies go to this beautiful little French kind of bakery / cafe.
Sold.
Yep, it's just in the view here. You go to the left, there's a roundabout, go straight down, and you'll see it. And it's just chef's kiss. So good. You can get sandwiches, sweets, beautiful pies. Just, yeah, it's amazing. It's incredible. There's one in Takapuna and Milford too, but the Browns Bay one is the OG. It's the original. Yeah, there's some really great spots in Browns Bay to get a good feed.
Sounds like a lunch plan on a Friday, to meet.
Yeah.
As we see Jill Fraser. I think it'd be fair to say that Anne has got the better of Jill the last 2 or 3 ends. Sort of flicked around, hasn't it? Because when we first tuned in to watch this game, Jill was on fire and Anne struggling a little, but it's just sort of, you feel like the pendulum has swung in the other direction just a little with these leads. Jill on the forehand.
You'd say that this should hang around that 2 metre mark.
Yeah, this is a good bowl.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot.
Behind or in front. Well done, Anne.
Go, Anne.
Yep. Coming from a coach too, so yeah, I'll back myself of what I've been saying in the game. If Anne says it, I'll be saying it too.
I'd say she's probably come to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
So once you realise you've missed your line, you just will the bowl to go to a handy spot, and that's exactly what she's done. If it stops, that's brilliant, really, isn't it? Because it allows Errol to play with a bit more freedom with his bowl.
Absolutely. Do you think we'd see Errol let one rip? Has he got a drive on him, do you think?
It's interesting, isn't it? His delivery looks like it should be okay for a bit more speed. It doesn't.
Well, he actually, like watching him, he lets the bowl out incredibly smooth. He lets it go right out on the flat surface. So I'd say he's definitely got a good runner.
It wouldn't surprise me. And you look at that head, that's what the players can see.
Yeah.
It would be tempting to have a nibble, wouldn't it? You think,
yeah,
bowl or jack, it's happy days.
Yep.
Here we go, Peter. On the forehand. This is close. Yeah, that's a good bowl, really. So it's a 4th shot, but in a handy position. Although it would still be tempting.
Yeah. Yeah, it came away. Comes out really, really nice.
Smooth as silk.
Yep. Tell you what, it's not on a bad line.
Look at this.
Oh, great bowl.
Oh, good shot. Not sure if his collision bowl's followed through quite enough for the one. Yeah, Jill indicating she's holding on to the shot. Peter on the forehand. It's diving. But how fast?
Good wee guide now.
Yeah, that is a lovely delivery, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, I think it's going to go. Yeah, that's one of the ones.
Possibly in two minds. When you see people play bowls like that where the weight is draw weight, but the line is run a line. That's a classic case of what shot am I playing and committing to it 100%.
Absolutely agree. Third time lucky for Peter. Now, is there a gap or is there not a gap? There isn't.
Oh.
Still got second and third, so it's just about committing here for Errol. Yeah, he knew the moment he let it go.
Yeah.
His intention certainly was to replace that shot bowl. Just two exact same efforts. Look at that. He's drawn a touch or two his second bowl.
But he knew it the minute it left his hand, right? Like them saying not enough weight again. Still in it though.
You just feel, yeah, it's within grasp, isn't it? So Northland clawed themselves back to within 2 points. Auckland now a 5-point lead again. So you feel like this will be an end that Northland will be targeting to stay in with a chance.
Yep, this end's quite critical.
The long jack. How long? Oh, no, no reason to get excited. So the other two finals we'll watch today. We'll watch the men's pairs 60 to 64 grade with Keith Marshall, just the skips, Keith Marshall versus Alan Smith. And then the women's fours, Gail Melrose playing the lady from your club.
Ah, Keiko.
She was at the World Championships, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, yep. Represented Japan. So that will almost be like New Zealand versus Japan there.
Just about.
In a way. I've got some really good lineups then, also to come later today.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Good line, beautiful line from all three of these bowls. And staying on the forehand. Well, it doesn't look the warmest out there, does it? It does look a little bit on the nippy side.
Yeah.
How's your weight, Anne?
It's interesting. I think you could just hear, yeah, it might have been someone up there anyway. You could hear it looks good and you think it will run the distance, but it's just pulling up short. Who needs commentators, eh?
Oh, we could just let Peter do it. All right, beautiful green with all 5 bowls. It came out pretty good too. Oh, it's wide. Yeah, it came back a long way. Indication of a nice green.
Yep.
That's great. That's possibly the best bit of commentary I think I've ever heard.
Yeah. Classic Peter, eh?
Peter's saying, so if you didn't hear it as a viewer, Peter said you're 2 down, mate, whether you like it or not. Oh, that's good stuff. I think it was our lollipop man had a hand in that as well.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure. That's great stuff. Here we go. Peter on his forehand. Willingness bowl to rest on one of the blue bowls of Anne Muir's, not to be. So Anne's 2 blue bowls you can see there at sort of between 7 and 8 o'clock on your screen. So Errol you would think would be on his backhand. Yep, there we are. And the reason for that is because if he does connect with the jack, he wants it to be moving to the bottom left of your screen as you see it. That's
Lovely speed for what he's wanting for an ultimate result.
A good first bowl. Peter on the forehand. That's a good shot. Yeah, that's a good bowl. So now Errol's just more about drawing the shot, isn't he?
That's right. Yeah.
Tight. I think he probably slipped, out of his hand.
Yeah.
He would have known. Here's some clapping in the background. Someone's played a bowl. And Jill just ascertaining the situation. We might just have it, she says. Very clear direction.
Yeah.
Twice. Peter on his backhand. Willing it on. Willing it on. Oh, not enough. And Errol now, most days he would look at this and think, if you said to Errol you've got that much room to draw the shot, he'd probably be okay drawing the shot.
That's right. Oh, I just undercut it again.
That's good stuff there from Anne. I've enjoyed the banter this game.
Yeah.
There's been some nice moments.
It really has. You know that both these teams are incredibly competitive, but good to see them also having really good spirits through it as well.
Oh, I think it's a blue.
Wow. Oh.
There's a gap there. And there is potentially, I think it's a blue.
Oh, yeah.
One blue. So no one knew it, but Errol's first bowl, brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually kept. I was just about to say, you just feel like the game
Yeah.
is just falling out of reach, but that shot there, for the difference now, this is the 10th end. Well and truly, the hopes of the Northland team alive and well.
Absolutely. You get a couple here and then on the last end, you're searching for another 2. And 3s are very much doable. The only 3s we saw at the beginning of the game for Auckland. However, the way that they're playing at the moment, you can still make those opportunities.
Oh. The way that was tracking out, I thought was wrong bias for half a second. Just on the slightly wider side. Beautiful weight again. Jill on the forehand. Feel like she's won a national intercentre with the Auckland team at some point. Maybe the one that was played at Howick.
Yes.
5 or 6 years ago.
That's right. Yep. Goodness, time flies.
Oh, you blink, and it all
Yeah.
just gone. And 2 bowls with the right weight, but not the right green.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if Jill was a player at that intercentre or a coach. I think that she's sort of swapped between the two positions.
I have an inkling that she skipped the 4s, but I couldn't tell you why I think that.
Yep.
So if I'm wrong, sorry team. I think she may have, and I think this bowl's wide again. I wonder if it's like almost like there's a crosswind or something, because that bowl, they just don't want to come back in.
Like you see it have that quick bend at the end there, but it's not sort of that classic 18-second bend that we're used to.
There we go, Jill on the forehand. Yeah, this is better.
Yep.
I mean, so they're going to cross over holding 2.5, but again, if you said to Errol most days, this is how much room you've got.
Yeah.
He'd be thinking
back
that
in.
there's time there.
Yep.
They're just ascertaining how many down he is. Interesting to see what hand he decides to play here. It's probably more open than it looks on both hands. Anne's bowls are wide enough for the head that they're not really in Errol's way. He's just asking, what way? What way do I go? Backhand looks like the decision. I like those split bowls, the two slightly different colours, the subtle difference.
Yep. They're not too visually tough on the eyes, but still have a really nice effect to it.
Although I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I've got the rainbow bowls with
do
27 different colours.
Oh my gosh.
Or 7 different colours or 6 different colours or whatever it is.
I haven't seen many of those around.
Oh, yeah.
Probably for a reason.
Yeah. You get used to them.
Yeah.
They sort of blur a little bit once they get going.
Yeah.
They were brought out and I thought, that seems like a good bowl.
That seems fun.
I was due a new set.
Yep. Treat yourself.
The issue being if you play a bad end,
oh yeah,
you can't hide your,
yeah.
If you have a normal coloured bowl and you play a bad end, everyone goes, don't know what he's done.
Yeah.
You play a bad end with bowls that are a little bit different.
No hiding.
No, 2 bowls on the ditch.
Tell you
on
what.
the bank. How good's this?
Yeah.
Under pressure, what a shot.
Oh yeah.
And a bit of noise from the crowd as
It
well.
was.
That's a great bowl from Errol.
Absolutely. Tell you what though, Peter's got a few seconds, I think.
He'll want to go this. Absolutely bears instinct. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth shot.
Yeah.
On the backhand. I said earlier he's got the nicest backhand runner in the business, so let's see.
That's right.
Just like that.
Wow.
Absolutely beautiful. And that's the weight that he is so dangerous with.
Yeah. Errol's not mucking around.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Needs it to turn. Oh, what a bowl from Peter Sain. I mean, great bowl from Errol, but Peter has essentially just won them this game appears unless something happens. He's checking the scoreboard. Oh. Was it being asked for cover? May not have been checking the scoreboard, just making sure there are no other bowls to come. So he's just looking for a bonus here. And this could be a
interesting hand to play.
Yeah.
But, yeah, well done.
Oh, good stuff there from Peter.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. At least 4 shots there, I would say. So it'll be 13-5. Jill should really be... There you go. So I've seen 3 shots conceded. And measuring for the 4th. I don't know how many times Peter's just plucked a bowl off the jack.
Oh,
did she not?
What's happened here? Tell you what, it's all happening with the measures in this
Goodness
game.
gracious me. I don't know, I'm easily confused, it's a problem.
Yeah. Maybe Anne was just like, nah, don't measure.
Don't
it's
bother.
For, yeah.
So
That was a huge pickup.
Yeah, just when you're in Peter and Jill's position, you're thinking to yourself that that's a game-winning break.
Yeah, that's right.
And he had to play a great bowl for it too, because he
Yeah.
all played a brilliant bowl under pressure.
Yeah.
Literally drew a side toucher.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Peter just plucked him off.
Yeah.
Didn't move the jack.
Guess as well, kind of going back to that conversation of, you know, playing good and it just makes it easier for your opposition. Yeah, unfortunately, Errol's bowl was quite exposed and lonely.
So what we should see, or may see, so there's the new laws in post-section play when it's just a winner. If it's mathematically impossible to catch up, the game finishes.
Yes.
So unless, what do they need to score? Northland needs to score enough to be within 6. Unless that happens, this may be the last end of the game.
That's right, yeah.
So in the back of their mind, Northland will have that. Important to try and score a multiple. Get to that 8 points, so you know, the 3.
Well done.
Yes, I did go. I was good at maths at school. Just takes me a while sometimes, and I've gone off energy drinks for the month, Selena. So my thought process is I've slowed down a bit, and that's 2 perfect bowls there from Jill Fraser if you're trying to protect against a number. Oh, I suspect the killer's a respot as well, so that's unlikely to be a reasonable option for the Northland team too. Sometimes, like in a normal game, if you're looking at this head and you think, well, we need to score a 3 or 4, we've got 2 short bowls, it'd actually be tempting just to start trying to, you may as well try and kill the jack.
Yeah, that's right.
And start again, but I don't think that's an option for the Northland team.
Yeah, and we'll just need to definitely make sure that this bowl is eating one of those back ones, and then it will give them a little bit of a sniff.
On the forehand. So Anne's got second shot there.
Keeps the hopes alive anyway.
On the crossover. Remembering a 3's the minimum score here for the Northland team, or we're going to see Peter Sain and Jill Fraser crowned the Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters champions for the mixed pairs in their division. Peter on the forehand. Needs it to hold. Right, so how do we make a 3 here, Selena? What's the call?
So, Errol's, oh dear. I'm glad I didn't speak before the bowl came, I would say. Oh no.
It's not a wrong bias, is it? No, it's just wide.
Yeah. I was going to say, with probably more chances on the backhand to try and trail the jack, sit the green bowl, play a couple metres through. But I guess it can be done on the forehand as well.
Yeah, and you almost want to bide your time. Yeah, so Errol wouldn't necessarily be thinking, we need 3 now.
Yeah.
You just need 3 once the last bowl's been played.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
chuck a couple of bowls there or thereabouts and then see what can be done.
I guess the bowl is, from that view we had before, the shot bowl is a little bit more on the forehand side of the line.
Going to run out of oomph. And you just get the feeling this is going to be the last end.
Yeah.
Can't see a multiple here. So on that note, I suppose before it does finish, thank you for joining us in the commentary booth for this game, Selena.
My pleasure.
Much appreciated. Right, last bowl here from Errol. And I think that's going to be that, but we'll just wait for the players to make that decision. The handshake should be coming out. Here, I can see the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Here we have it. So congratulations, Peter Sain, Jill Fraser, the champions for the mixed 75 plus pairs here at Browns Bay Bowling Club. Hang around though, because we're going to be back, shortly-ish. We'll be back for the next final. Keith Marshall and Steve Smith taking on Alan Smith and Michael Jelly. But until then, thank you very much, Selena, and we'll see you later.
Thank you for having me.
Let us drive your investment returns. We are New Zealand's specialist lenders to the premium retirement village sector. Senior Trust has a strong track record of delivering investors attractive, stable returns. Get in touch with our specialist investor care team today.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Let us drive your investment returns. We are New Zealand's specialist lenders to the premium retirement village sector. Senior Trust has a strong track record of delivering investors attractive, stable returns. Get in touch with our specialist investor care team today.
Hello and welcome to the Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters in association with the Senior Trust, live here from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I've got a special guest in commentary today, Scott Lester. I didn't even get your last name right. Yep. From the Senior Trust, so I'm looking forward to having you on board, Scott.
We're really pleased to be here, Alex. Senior Trust has had a long association with Bowls Masters. Obviously we lend to retirement villages, and in retirement villages Bowls is a focal point of most retirement villages, so we're really pleased to be part of it today.
Yeah, absolutely, and happy having you on board. So just quickly, we are going to see, and you can see in your top left score as well, we've got Steve Smith and Keith Marshall again from the Northland Centre, taking on Alan Smith and Michael Jelly from Auckland. They've had their trial end, so these are the first three bowls of the game proper, and it looks like it is... Who's that? Well, we'll find out in a second. Have to remember what colour the bowls are. I think this is the Auckland Piers Bowl. So the two that are sitting at 10 and 11 o'clock are holding. So what's your knowledge of lawn bowls? Would you rate it at, Scott, before the game has started? We've got 12 ends to teach you some bits and pieces.
So I apologise beforehand, but I have been watching some bowls, and oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Yeah, it's got the line. So we've been it's just a lovely game to watch, isn't it? Just nice and relaxing. Obviously a great game to play.
Very satisfying when they play a good bowl. So we see this one here. He's looking to hit that own bowl in.
And he's got it.
That's not bad.
That's great.
Great shot.
Top draw.
So the way I'll explain it to you and I'll explain it to the viewers. So the way the pairs works, they get 3 bowls each. 6 bowl pairs. They're going to play 12 ends. So one end or one mini games, little end. No time limit. And I believe if the jack is killed, so knocked out of bounds, it's respotted on the 2 metre mark.
So it's been overcast here in Browns Bay. Does that make the green more heavy? Does it affect the line, the weight that they've got to...
Yeah, it will. It will affect it. Usually they find it, you'll pay attention over the 12 ends, so sort of every 4 or 5 ends your green's going to change a little bit.
Okay.
If the sun comes out, that'll make an impact. If it's been raining and the sun comes out, the green slows down because all the water is and the steam is coming up and through. This is Steve Smith here on his backhand. So we talk forehand and backhand and bowls, Scott.
And that's your left or right hand?
Yeah, to the left or to the right. So backhand is across your body. So if you're right-handed, a backhand is to your left. So Alan's going to play his backhand here. He's going across his body. And the forehand is to your right. So it's away from your body. So we talk backhand and forehand and bowls.
So really they're just getting used to the green. Is it quite a small green?
It's about a regulation size, this one. The 2 greens at Browns Bay have had a lot of play on them over the years. They've hosted national championships. They had the national singles and pairs finals here this year, actually, because we're still 2023, aren't we, somehow? So yeah, that's about the right size. I think the biggest a green can get is 40 metres by 40 metres.
Okay.
And the smallest is 30-something by 30-something. This bowl here, just cutting across the head.
So they're going to have to start splitting the jack and bowl and try to move the jack now.
Yeah, it depends who you are. So
obviously not the one which is...
if you've got the one closest, you want to keep it there, but otherwise, you'll be looking for some sort of movement. As we watch this bowl, it's just going to...
a bit short, isn't it?
Yeah, full, short, narrow. As you said a bit earlier, they are just sort of
Just
finding
warming
their,
up.
finding their
Yeah.
feet at this stage. So you don't want to do anything too crazy in the first couple of ends.
Well,
You
it's
just-
12 ends. It's a long way to go.
Absolutely. There's Steve Smith here on his back end.
There's also a good crowd today at Browns Bay.
Yeah, and we'll
Yep.
expect to see that grow over the day. It's
Yep.
been a great week here at the Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters. That's a fair effort there from Steve Smith. So you see a lollipop man in the background, just indicated one blue. So that's one to the team of Alan Smith and Michael Jelly. You
Yep.
can see on the scoreboard, they've got that little blue mark.
And they're from Blockhouse Bay.
Blockhouse Bay, that's right.
Yep.
So this here's Alan. Rugged up nice and warm. It is a bit nippy outside
Oh, it's
this morning.
always a nice day in Browns Bay. Great place to live. We've been here for 15 years. My daughter Jade Lester goes to Sherwood School around the corner. And even an overcast day in Browns Bay is a great place to be.
Still nice.
Yep.
We tried out, we found a French bakery for lunch, Scott, which is very nice. Just
Oh,
down
okay.
the road.
Yep. No, it's a great place to be. Great place to eat. So
One blue, so one to the Blockhouse Bay team of Alan Smith and Michael Jelly in this men's Peers final, which means they get to go first because they've scored the previous end. So we've said the name Senior Trust as part of the Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters, and we saw your advert at the top of the show, Scott,
Yep.
but give us a little spiel. What do you guys do?
So we're specialist lenders to the retirement village sector,
Mhm.
and that's all we do. If you looked across different industries, there's a lot of disruption. So retail, you might have online shopping disrupting it. If you had even petrol stations now with the growth of electric cars, across many industries there's a lot of disruption, but one thing's for certain, people are going to get older. And if you looked at the demographics globally, but also in New Zealand, there is an aging population. I think the amount of people, at the moment, 1 in 4 of us are 65 plus, 1 in 4 Kiwis. Sorry, 1 in 6 of us are 65 plus, by 2040-ish, that's going to go to 1 in 4. And for us, that provides that demographic demand for retirement villages. And what we do is we lend to retirement villages the length and breadth of New Zealand. And we lend to the premium retirement village sector, the independents, so not the MetLifes, the Rymans, the Somersets, but the other half of the industry are developed by the independent operators, and that's who we cherry pick the right retirement villages, and we lend funds to them. And our aim is to deliver a 7% targeted distribution rate, but also provide that stability of capital, which for us is very important.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. We'll come back to a couple of conversations. I mean, we're on end 2. We've got plenty of ends left to go to talk about you guys. As we've seen a couple of bowls close-ish here. This one should be the shot.
That's quite short.
Oh, it's
Oh,
still
no.
going. Hard to tell with the angles. I'd say the one at 3 o'clock still probably holding.
Okay.
It's because of the angle that the camera is on. The depth perception sometimes goes a bit off.
Is that going to turn?
That's a very good question. When you play bowls, you ask yourself that a lot.
Yeah.
I suspect the shot that's holding, I think, is the one at 3, because you can see it's just a bowl past the jack.
Okay.
Steve Smith there in the blue walking down. Alan Smith's turn to play his bowl now on his backhand side. We'd call that a pretty conventional delivery. There are different ways to play a bowl,
Yep.
but we sort of try and preach the Get as low down to the ground as you can, and then follow through nice and square. Steve.
So they're just still feeling out, just trying to get the measure of the green.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what you do for the first 3 or 4 ends. You just sort of get an idea of what you want to do, and then you can be a bit more aggressive after that. If you want to be, some players draw all day long, and they tend to be quite successful, to be fair, because if you're consistently just putting bowls close to the jack, eventually someone's not going to be able to remove them. Other players can get a bit more aggressive. I haven't seen a huge amount of these two teams here, so I'm not sure if one of them is inclined to wind up sometimes. We'll find out, I suppose.
And I suppose it's quite lucky that the wind isn't too strong at the moment, because that would probably interfere with the bowls.
Yeah, the wind, it can be challenging. A consistent wind is okay, so if it's consistently just going from left to right or right to left, whatever, you know how it's affecting your bowl. But the gusts are what makes you pull your hair out in bowls.
And as you can see on the screen, the slight breeze behind on that sign.
It's just making a slight difference now. Steve Smith willing his bowl to turn back in.
Oh, just hasn't got the line.
Oh, a little bit wide.
So what would you do now if you try to split the jack?
Probably not yet, because you've still got a bit of room. If the bowls are all packed around it, that's when you might want to hoof up the middle and see what you're going to get out of it. But I think Alan will probably back himself. If we look, he might be a bit wide there. There's probably a bowls mat's worth of space to draw, so he'd be thinking he could get in there. And he had the perfect weight, but he's just that little bit wide. Let's see. Oh, confusion reigns. So we've got Michael Jelly on the left, Keith Marshall on the right. Two,
okay.
Two to Northland. So this is what we call a bonus bowl. So there's no right of reply to this one. He can just draw his third shot. Very important. It's not a happy man. And that's why we saw that exasperation.
So Northland's got two.
Well, that's what was indicated, but Michael Jelly doesn't look like he wants to. What's actually happening here?
We'll go to a measure.
Yeah, there we go. It's got the measure out. So usually you'd measure your opposition's closest bowl and then go to your ones.
2 to Northland.
There we have it. So 2-1 now as we approach the third end of 12. So they are slightly condensed games compared to normal. What we would play, Scott, we usually play, say, 16 or 18 ends in a game of pairs. But for this...
And it can go up to 21 ends.
Yeah, it can be. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Sort of that's like the test match cricket sort of situation, and then some shorter games. So 12 ends is shorter than what these players are probably used to playing.
So does that change their strategy, how they approach the game, if it's a much shorter end?
Yeah, a little bit. You don't have the luxury of getting behind early when you've only got 12 ends. If you play 18 and say you are 7-1 down after 6 or 7, you're not really you're not worried. But if you're 7-1 down after 6 ends and you're halfway, that feels a bit different to the players.
Well, not a lot of time to recover.
So here we go, Keith Marshall, second-year bowler. So it's just a second year playing the sport. Found himself in a final. He'll be happy with that, I would imagine.
Good opening bowl.
Yeah, and a good shot too. Well, let's see Michael Jelly. How's the weight?
It's going to turn in.
Yeah, might have snuck in for one. Yeah, good bowl. So a lot of bowls, Scott, isn't about having the shot immediately. You only need to be holding the shot after the last bowl's been played. So the reason that was called as a good bowl, even though it's not holding the shot, is it's past the jack and it's a good position bowl.
So strategically, if they move the jack back,
Absolutely.
then he's well positioned.
Here we go.
That looks good.
Keep running, he says. Just short of...
Just short.
Just a gallop there. And Steve Smith considering asking his lead to switch to the backhand, but has decided to keep him on the forehand side. Keith Marshall. As long as it turns, it's going to be in a really handy spot. Yeah, it's good back bowls, so that there strategically for Steve Smith, he's now thinking, I'll go on the other side and trail the jack back.
Yep. So do these pairs play regularly with each other? They know each other's game, how they play.
Yeah, although so these two pairs do. So Stephen, Keith, and Alan and Michael all play from the same club, so they'll know each other's play. But a lot of the combinations for this North Harbour Masters, because it's a large event and it's sort of essentially a nationals, the same as our Bowls New Zealand nationals, a lot of the players, you take it as an opportunity to play a tournament with someone that you ordinarily wouldn't get the chance to do so. So we see lots of teams that exist almost solely for these sorts of events, and it's something a little bit different for them. But yeah, to answer your question, these two pairs absolutely will know each other. Steve Smith, getting on the mat now, was telling us that Keith is a second year bowler, so I would imagine that Steve's, he's taken me out to play on this. I imagine he's had a bit to do with his sort of bowls life thus far.
Well, after 2 years to get to a final is
very impressive.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
And that looks like a great bowl.
Brilliant.
That's top draw.
Yeah. Real classy.
So that's a touching bowl.
Yeah, so you would have seen the chalk mark there. That means that if the jack gets knocked into the ditch, that bowl
is still
alive, even if it is knocked into the ditch itself. We use spray chalk now. We used to use little pieces of chalk, and before then people used to spit on the bowls. But we've that's about 100 years ago. We've moved on. We've moved on.
I suppose there's less danger also of moving the bowl if you've got a spray as opposed to chalking.
Yeah, that's why the spray was invented. So you still sometimes see the older, you just like acquire a piece of chalk from the scoreboard used, but I'm pretty sure in international play it's actually not allowed. You have to spray chalk your bowls.
Makes sense.
So Steve's just played one bomb. He's looking to back it up with another one. So for Auckland, they're 2 down to two down to those two closest bowls. And you'd think you might want to hit something, but there's actually not that much to hit there. So Alan will just be playing slightly over, 3 or 4 feet over, hoping to rest on something or punch one of their bowls up this weight exactly. He's very close to a good result here. That's unlucky.
Yeah.
Couldn't have played it much better than that.
So that's just out of shot. Is that 2 to Northland?
Yeah, 2. Well, I thought it was 2, but I see the... it looked almost like the pedal man was just holding 1 up. Steve Smith, where's Steve gone? He's gone for a walk somewhere. Keith Marshall asking Steve to come and have a look at the head.
So there's no time restriction by which you have to play your next bowl?
Yeah, in the final in particular, there's no time limit because it's an important match. For some of our televised leagues, there is like a 30-second shot clock.
Okay.
So you have to play a bowl in 30 seconds, and if that doesn't happen, it gets burnt. So it gets taken off you, which can be
pretty harsh.
Quite dramatic. Happened a couple of times, keeps people interested. All right, Steve's gone and had a look. on his backhand. Not a million miles away here, Steve Smith. Willing it to run.
Does it have the legs?
Now, if Alan is inclined to be aggressive, Steve's bowl makes it easier to hit now
Okay.
because it's low of the jack, which means it's sort of short of it, so you can use that bowl to get a good result with your collision bowl. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alan is an aggressive bowler. Yeah, there we go.
Straight down the line.
How long is it going to hold up for? He's going to get a result. Chipped the back one off and followed through. 2, I think I heard 2 said. So with aggression, but didn't come off for him as well as he might have hoped there. Pretty sure it's a 2.
2 to Northland.
Yeah, so 4-1.
So they're starting to pull away with it now. Auckland's going to have to really get something on the board at this end.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be looking to score. He's very focused, doesn't he, Keith Marshall, second-year bowler.
Exceptionally well for 2 years.
He'll be happy. We find a lot of people that come into the sport later in life have a very high sporting pedigree in other sports. Be they like you got good golfers, often make good bowlers, but any high-level sport they just have the mental toughness required and the focus. Good weight. So if someone wanted to contact the Senior Trust, Scott, or sort of see a bit more about what you're about, is there an easy way? What's the easiest way for them to do that?
So the easiest way would be to go to our website at www.seniortrust.co.nz, which is www.seniortrust.co.nz. And on our website they could look at the villages and the aged care facilities that we lend to. Currently we lend to 8 retirement villages all throughout New Zealand, and we also lend to an aged care facility, and that gives them a good flavour for what we actually do. We lend to bricks and mortar security, and many of our investors live in retirement villages. They understand that retirement villages, there's a lot of demand for retirement villages. There's a lot of building in the sector to try to keep up with demand, albeit it's going to be pretty hard just due to the amount of people who now see retirement village living as an attractive place to live.
Oh, it seems, I'm not eligible for retirement living, but it seems like a fantastic place to go, doesn't it? Like my mother is a nurse at one of the retirement villages in Tauranga, and occasionally I'll visit, and there's like a swimming pool and a bowling green. And
bowling green is usually the focal point. Swimming pools, they're more like country clubs now. Your neighbours are nice and quiet and respectful. You can look up and leave, so a lot of retirees go travelling overseas and in their motorhomes. It's just a wonderful community, and especially during COVID, where older people especially maybe had that sense of isolation. In that retirement village, they've done exceptionally well, the way that they managed through that pandemic. And we're seeing a lot of demand from operators trying to come into the sector, because once again you've got that ageing population, you've got that demographic demand which underpins the sector. And we were just very pleased to announce a new loan to a premium retirement village development in Matabata. And that really complements our loan portfolio.
Oh, cool.
That looks like it's a good bowl.
Oh, it was a slice might have been a slice of hell. Oh, he's got away with it. One down, says Michael Jelly. You always want, the bowl comes towards the jack, you're looking as a player for it to get it square, and if you slice it, you don't know where it's going to go sometimes. I think he'll be happy enough with that. It was indicated that it's 1 to Northland.
So Auckland will be under a bit of pressure at the moment.
Yeah, so they're 4-1 down on the fourth end. So it's nowhere near panic stations, but you are thinking, oh, it would be nice to just keep within sort of, you don't want to be more than 3 down. So they're as far behind as they'd like to be in this game,
Yep.
really. That was good weight there from Alan. Just reiterating, he's got the one.
Oh, what a great place to hold the finals in Browns Bay.
Yeah, beautiful. It's a wonderful club here. They do a fantastic job of hosting events. The grass greens are the envy of a lot of bowling clubs.
And there's a few new retirement villages just come into Browns Bay over the last couple of years. One
Yes.
by the beach and one next door. So gives them a great opportunity to increase the membership and
Absolutely.
join the community.
So yeah, well, literally one across the road, isn't there? And I think
That's
there's
good.
a couple of advertisements for them somewhere around the place on the greens. Lovely stuff.
I mean, one of the biggest property developers in New Zealand is the retirement village sector. You know, it's critical, really.
Oh, he's hit that bowl. Well,
That wasn't planned.
no, certainly not the idea. They're just making a decision.
It changes the whole dynamic of the game.
Yes, Steve, go and have a look here. He had lovely weight, to be fair to him. Like, the speed of the bowl was perfect. I like both the skips have gone to have a look and both going for a walk back. And Steve Smith here. Big breath on the back end. Let's see what he's decided to do. Big weight on the back end. He's 2 down. He's close here. Needs it to turn. Oh, goodness
Right.
gracious.
He saved a bowl, though, has he?
Yeah. Just half a bowl wide. And if I was the Auckland team, I wouldn't be trying super duper hard here. Because there's lots of bowls that aren't yours that you could knock in by mistake. So,
It might be worth just getting a point on the board.
yeah, exactly. You're happy to get your 1 point. Plenty of time to go. You stay well within Kirby. I think that's what Alan's opted for. Yep. On the wider side for sure. And we see 1 to the Auckland team, the Blockhouse Bay team.
They needed that.
They absolutely did. And it'll be 2-4. Still anyone's game.
Still very close.
Just here in the background, the skips talking about how close Steve Smith's last bowl was. Michael has delivered the jack.
So some favour putting the jack closer, a longer length, as opposed to other maybe prefer a shorter jack.
Yeah, they do. It's a lot to do with how you're feeling on the game. So you see it a lot. It's not that you favour a certain length. It's that you might be feeling a certain length on that day in that game.
Okay,
So often you see, and Michael, this is
That
a
looks
shorter, beautiful bowl.
great bowl.
It's a shorter jack than what we have seen. So Michael will have thrown it there on
It-
purpose,
it
thinking,
just-
I probably haven't played as well as I could have. I'll throw the jack to my, what feels
Yep.
natural on this, in this moment.
That's a great opening bowl.
Yeah, as good as it gets. Under the line here.
That's also a good bowl. They've warming up.
Yeah,
Just turned at the end.
yeah. You can see how they've both made this this men's Peers final. That's very close here from Michael Jelly.
It just drops.
So there's a good chance here for the Auckland team to score a number. You see Michael's put 2 bowls really close to the jack. If this third bowl is close, we'll just wait for this bowl to finish. It's looking pretty good to me. That's a pretty good end, really, from the Auckland team because the target's really narrow. So if Norton thinks, oh, I'd like to move something, you've only got a 1 bowl target to hit. Makes this bowl very important. Keith Marshall on the forehand. He's not done it, I don't think, this bowl. It should swing away from the head.
It's just going to turn.
And a big chance for the Auckland team on the crossover. Looking good on the crossover. If you're a betting person, it'd be you'd put your money on Auckland scoring a two or more on this end, just the way it's sitting. Steve's got a lot of work to do.
They're starting to build momentum.
So this is Alan Smith. So all he doesn't want to do is make the target bigger. You know, you're holding 1 or 2, so you make a bonus, but you don't want to create a shot that Steve Smith can easily play. He's on a reasonable track here, if he can count. Needs to just keep running just a little bit. Beautiful line, just a little bit shy. So Steve here will pick a side to play, a hand to play, and stick to it, I think, and just try and draw a second shot. He'll think to himself, if we drop 1 here, all things considered,
It's still a good result.
that's pretty good fishing. On the back end,
That looks good as well.
he's very close to getting second and needs it to turn just a smidgen more. Good bowl.
So 1 to Auckland.
Yes, yeah, they're holding 1. And it is a good one. Like, it's sort of, it's not that far away from the jack, is it? So it's hard to get the shot back off that. Alan Smith here on his forehand side. Turn, he says. We'll be close to second shot. I don't think quite. So we'll see Steve stay on his back end. Yeah, that's just an indication there. You see that sometimes, Scott, the players sort of just using their feet as an indicator of where you're aiming for your bowl to finish. Some players like it, some players don't.
Does it not affect the turf and it can affect the...
No, not if they only lightly sort of rest in it. Although there's a famous, he might have knocked himself out. So our sport comes from Crown Green bowling is the original version of outdoor bowls.
Is it 2 to Auckland?
It is, 2 to Auckland there. So Crown Green bowling doesn't exist in New Zealand, it's in the UK. And they're not a flat green, it's a green with a crown in it, right?
Yep.
So it's got a little hill, and you play 2 bowl singles essentially. And there's something called the Waterloo, which is their big Crown Bowls event. And in the mid-80s there was a kerfuffle because a player chased after their bowl and stomped in front of the bowl to get it to stop in the divot. And then the bowl was burnt, and some people thought it should have been burnt, and some people thought it shouldn't have been burnt, and it was a whole thing. So to answer your question, not so much on our game, but it has happened before where people are trying to they try anything they can to affect the outcome of the bowl. Steve Smith on his backhand. I think he might be 2 down here. We'll see the bowl come into shot. There it is. And there's the shot bowl. That's the shot bowl there. That's a great
bowl.
shot. Just the 1 down. That's a beautiful bowl from Steve Smith. He'll be happy with that. 3-4 now. Very close game at the halfway mark.
Couldn't be much tighter, could it?
No, not really. If they are all square after 12 ends, they'll play one more.
A sudden death.
Michael Jelly. Good to see some hardy individuals outside.
It's a good crowd. The camera probably doesn't do it justice, but to the right, there's a lot of people watching.
It's been good all day. I've enjoyed their week here in North Harbour.
You see a boat going past to the beach. Even on a day like this, people be in the beach in Browns Bay.
Why not? Michael.
That's a good opening bowl.
Yeah. You get the feeling Michael Jelly's beginning to settle in and hit his strap.
Find his groove, yep.
Here we have the second-year bowler, Keith, on his forehand. I think it's hard to tell with this angle on his delivery. Yeah, on his forehand side. Good bowl.
So a pretty good bowl as well.
So you were saying earlier off here that you worked a little bit for the snooker back in the UK
Years ago.
a while ago. Do you see some similarities between the two sports?
It's the strategy and the tactics which may not be evident, but with snooker you're looking 4 or 5 shots ahead. It's that strategic understanding of the game, where you need to position yourself, looking forward. And also with bowls, it's that element of skill, but also that strategy and that tactic. But once again, a great social sport.
Yeah, and look at this here. That's a great bowl from Keith Marshall.
Move the direction of play.
You know, it is similar things. It's similar, from what I can see, it feels like similar parts of your brain you use when you're thinking about the strategy, because they're both snooker, pool, bowls, croquet, petanque, bocker, are all sports where there's stuff that happens in collision. So you have to understand angles, and you have to understand what your opposition is going to do, and then you can react to that as well.
And the spin of the ball,
Yes.
where it's going to land, the bias. So a lot of people can play, but to get to the top level and to have to be that bit special takes a lot of practice.
So Keith being asked to stay on his forehand side. And the logic for that is he's essentially already put a bowl there, so you do the same thing again, and it's happy days. Whereas if he plays backhand, he'd have to switch across. Oh, great effort there. So I'd say Keith's bowl that sits at 10 or 11 o'clock on your, well, to the jack, sorry, is the shot. So Northland will be holding one. Stephen Ella make that long walk back.
And you can see the Senior Trust in the background, and one of the key benefits our investors find is that when you engage with Senior Trust, you can actually speak to people. We're very easy to get hold of. You can speak to people and discuss about what we do and why we do it, and all the way through our investors are able to get hold of us personally, as opposed to calling an organisation and not being able to speak to the same person. And we've had a Our team have been there for many, many years. We've got a very strong core team. And we've recently blended and increased the size of our team just because to keep up with demand.
You can see the 0800 number, 0800 609 600. How many times have you had to say that?
A few.
Easy to remember at least.
Exactly right.
Oh, a long way down there, he says, and he's not wrong. So I think the green here is a Mania Toto green. So a lot of people, when they think of lawn bowls, I mean, it's in the name, you think, oh, it's like a grass green or a grass lawn, but we haven't really had grass greens in this country for 30 or 40 years.
I suppose they'd be unpredictable.
Yeah, and they tended to die
That looks
halfway.
like a great bowl.
Oh, close. So we were known, we've still got very quick greens in New Zealand, which means they're quite hard and compacted, so the bowls keep running, or they feel like they keep running in comparison to the Northern Hemisphere, but they used to be really fast, and it was more that the lawn would die and the sun would bake it, and you'd essentially play on a clay court, whereas now we sort of, the green stays alive all year round and is well looked after. It's not that they didn't before, but it's certainly easier with this is a Mania Toto, which is a waterweed, but we also have starweed and then some mixes as well of different varieties.
Yep. And that's quite similar to snooker, where you have some tables which are very, very fast and other cloths which are much slower, and it's being able to adapt your game, taking into account the surface.
Absolutely.
How many metres short am I, mate? No, how many metres short am I? I wish you could hear. I'm going to buy you some hearing aids, mate.
If anyone didn't hear that, Steve Smith said, "Oh, how many metres short am I?" And Keith indicated about 1.5 feet. So he said, "I will buy you some hearing aids." So Steve on the backhand, not happy. That's okay. 1-2 Northland. So 5-3, and we're past the halfway point.
So anyone's game.
Oh, absolutely.
Very close.
You're not comfortable until you're 4 or 5 in front, really. So just 2 in front on the 7th end. You still feel like either of these teams could just get a number out of nowhere. And the sun...
The sun's starting to come out.
So by my logic, if it rained last night, and I think it probably did, or if the greens are a bit damp, it should slow the greens down with the sun coming out, because it'll start to steam a little bit. And that usually slows the greens down. The players will have been around long enough to
Adapt.
to know that. On the forehand.
A good opening bowl.
Yeah, that's a good place to start. He'll be disappointed with that one, Michael Jelly, because it's the absolute look where it's finished. It's the perfect line, so his angle was perfect.
Just a bit short.
Just short of a gallop. Keith Marshall, he's quite animated after he lets go of the bowl. I often thought that'd make a funny coffee table book, to just get pictures of people just after they've when they're riding their bowl, once they've let it go, and they sort of, sometimes you go in all different directions, and there's the agony of bowls sometimes. I think it'd be quite funny to get a series of photos. I think someone should do that. This is a good correction.
So if people wanted to learn more about bowls, is there like a documentary? Is there any films or books that...
Yeah, there's a few. If you're already a keen bowler and you want to get hold of a book that'll teach you essentially everything you need to know, the best bowls book I've ever read is called Better Bowls. or Think and Play Better Bowls with Peter Ballas, which is still, I think it's vaguely in print, but you can find it at your library, and most bowling clubs have a copy of the book. Best book I've ever read on bowls, because it's mainly about the mental side of it. And then we have a series of videos called Be a Better Bowler that we brought out last year. So they're a lot of coaching videos. And I say coaching, we essentially interviewed 12 of the best bowlers in New Zealand and asked them all roughly the same 20 or 30 questions. You know, what do you do when it's windy? How do you get around a bowl? How do you hold a bowl, etc., etc., and got their answers. And they just
were their answers very different, or
some of them were, and that's why we did it. Because we thought, well, we've got the top, it was maybe 12 of our best bowlers, and everyone has slightly different opinions. So the idea is we've put it out there. You can do your own research, and whatever resonates with you is what you can take away, because it's how you learn, isn't it? You take the best bits.
Yep. So on the international scene, how's New Zealand tracking?
Yep. Yeah, we're pretty good. So the best country in the world at bowls, unfortunately for New Zealanders, is Australia.
Oh, okay.
They are amazing. They have professional bowlers over there, very strong country. But we've just come off the back of a really successful World Championships. Our women won the best women's team trophy, which was really cool.
That's
and
great.
The men came away with a medal or two. So
And are you getting enough funding into the sport?
yeah, it's going well.
That's
We're in a nice space as a country, and we have a pretty proud history on the international scene. So yeah, we're sitting okay. It's chugging along.
And are you seeing younger people come into the sport?
Yeah, so it's a mix, right? So the cool thing about bowls, as same as be the snooker and golf and anything which is sort of low physical impact, is you can have very long careers, and you can start it as early or as late as you like. So we have a strong secondary schools programs throughout our centres, and a lot of younger people pick it up. You can pick it up when you're 20, pay for 10 years if you want, then you can pause for a little bit, and then you can come back, and then you can go away, so on and so forth. So yeah, we've got a really nice mix of people playing. I think the average age of our, or often the average age of our Blackjacks team, which is our New Zealand team, is lower than that of our cricket team.
Yep.
So
Okay.
at a high level, the average age is sort of late 20s, early 30s. So yeah, there's a wide variety of people that can play, which is one of the things I think
That's great. Yeah.
that's pretty cool about bowls. Michael Jelly just saying this through. I want the bowl, please. Alan Smith trying to oblige. So we look at this bowl. Looks narrow and short. Decisions for Steve Smith. It's his last bowl. And we'll find out in a second. There it is. Oh, it's going to be short. So a number on the way for the Auckland team. Do you want to come and have a look? Says Michael. So 5-3 to Northland. Where's the lollipop man when you want him? How many do you think Auckland are holding here, Scott? So the speckled green bowl, aren't they?
It's quite hard to say. Is it 3?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's less than 2. They're just having a conversation here about what hand to play on. I suppose the danger is you've got the 2 bowls at 6 o'clock and 4 o'clock that are Northland's bowls. If you accidentally knock the jack back there, that's not good. So he's probably trying to figure out a way where he can add a bonus bowl without there being that danger. Looks like he's opting for the forehand side.
Or do you just take what's on the board and...
I'd call it, I'd play what you term a gentle bonus. So you intentionally take more green than you think you might need to take and play it slightly softer than you think you might need to play it, which means that there's no real danger. See, this is very stressful. If you're Michael Jelly, your heart paused for a second there
Yep.
because
You would have knocked the jack.
if he'd been an inch wider, the jack was popping back. So a real brave.
How
It
many-
was a brave bolt.
So just one to Auckland. Okay.
Look, yeah, looks like just the one. So it's going to be 4-5 after 7 ends.
So this is going down to the wire.
It absolutely is. As you said, it's anyone's game. No one's got more than 3 points in front. We saw Northland take an early lead. They were 4-1 up, I think, weren't they, after 2 or 3 ends? And that's as
And
far,
Auckland's held in it.
yeah, as far
Just-
as anyone's been. Michael Jelly on the back end. Lovely delivery.
That's a great opening bowl.
Yeah, very good bowl. You can see, it's not bruising, but you can see where people have been walking and where bowls have been played on the two ends of the green. That's because it's the first time this green's been used this year. This is right at the beginning of our outdoor bowls, our
Okay.
lawn bowls season.
And when does the season go through to?
Well, technically we play all year round, but we sort of go. Our nationals are from January through to February, so you probably play your last one April, May, and then indoor bowls, which is played inside on little 24-foot long woolen mats.
Yep, on
as your-
felts.
as
Yep.
yeah, on your winter. That's your winter month sort of thing. But outdoor still plays too because we've got undercover facilities stuff now. So the season is stretched out longer than it was traditionally. But on a grass green, yeah, sort of from now to then.
And do you find many bowling clubs are starting to put up canopies
Yep.
to protect from the sun and the rain, obviously?
Yeah, so a lot of bowling clubs have started to have one of their greens be covered
Yep.
and put a carpet down instead of a grass green. As we look at this great bowl, that's a good shot.
That's
Beautiful from Keith. And there's a few in the Auckland region actually, Orewa and Newlyn, but also some newer ones. One's happening at Pepatoi, Hunter's Corner. I think there's conversations around this place as well. So lots happening, which is nice, and it sort of solidifies your facilities as well, and it guarantees you can play in the rain, guarantees you can play in the winter time, so
Yep.
it gives people opportunities to play bowls if they want to. That's a good bowl there. So that's a strategic bowl, Scott, as he's thinking, we don't need the shot yet, but if I put a bowl past now, my skip can take the jack back there. So it's thinking,
and it
thinking
also
ahead.
reduces the opposition's options about what they can do later on.
Absolutely. So it's essentially saying you've got confidence that your skip can execute a good shot because you're just biding your time.
So that was one to Auckland, one to Northland.
Yeah, one to Northland. That bowl that sits at 7 o'clock will be the shot. And now it's decision time. Alan Smith will be thinking. So there's no reason why you wouldn't hit this quite hard on your forehand side because you could get rid of the bowl and you've got second and third shots, so you sit for 2.
Yep.
If he's narrow, he's taking the jack back to the bowl that sits at 6 o'clock.
So
You've
he's
got 2.
options. Yep.
And if you miss it, you're not going to get rid of... If he somehow gets rid of both of his bowls, that would be really impressive.
Yep.
Like, it's very unlikely that you're going to get rid of both your second shots. So there's no reason why Alan wouldn't play with a bit of weight here on his forehand, I think.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, it could be absolutely... I've got no idea.
It makes perfect sense. So
Here we go.
he's lining up. There does seem to be a bit of weight behind that.
Oh, he's gone
Wide.
the same idea, but minimum weight. So he's still reaching through. In my head, he was hitting it harder than that.
Would have you just gone straight down the line and
Yeah, it
reduce the risk of trying to get it to turn at the last minute?
there would have been a temptation just to what we call a drive shot.
Yep.
So that's just literally hoofing it straight down the middle as hard as you can hit it. And then as long as you're within a foot, you're going to get a good result. This is interesting here.
So they're going to stay.
That's an accidental bolt. So it looks like Alan's sort of committed to just over the draw.
And the weight of the bowls, are they all the same weight?
Slightly different. So we have different sized bowls to fit different hands, and it goes from size 0, I think technically, to size 7. So with that, there's a slight weight difference. Bowls are made of plastic. They're a very dense plastic composite, and they've got heavier over time, so they don't get blown around as much in the wind. So I couldn't tell you how heavy they are off the top of my head, but they're similar weights, different sizes.
And I suppose the markings on either side would determine which bias.
Yeah, they are. So usually the smaller marking, or the side with the writing on it.
Well, that's a great ball.
That's a brilliant shot. Holding 2 now is usually the biased side. Yeah, you'll be looking to hit this. You can get rid of both of those bowls as well on the forehand.
Straight down the middle.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a little bit more intent behind this bowl. This is what I thought he might play of this first one, but he did waited to the last. He's got rid of them both. That's top-notch stuff.
That's top draw.
Why do it with your first and second bowl when you can just pull it out of the locker with your last one, Scott? It's great
Well,
stuff.
he had confidence in his
Yeah.
ability. He's 3 to Auckland.
Yeah, great shot. So this is a pressure bowl here for...
So what does Nelson do? Do they try to turn it in, or do they put a bit of power?
I think he'll back his draw, because remember his second bowl was perfect. So I think he'll be looking to do that again. We call it rinse and repeat, play the same bowl. That's what he's looking to do. How's your weight, Steve?
It's a bit short, is it?
Oh, he's short of a gallop, and we're going to see Auckland score at least a 2 here. 1, 2.
So they take the lead, coming to the last
They do, yeah. It's
last few ends.
the first time they've been in front, and Michael Jelly, he wants his 3 points. So he's going to measure that bowl there that sits at 9 o'clock on your screen against Keith's bowl that sits at 7 o'clock on your screen. This one, that's not Keith's bowl, that's Steve. This is Keith's bowl. 3. What a shot that was from Alan Smith. 2 down on the head, took them both off. Great stuff.
It's an important end. If they could pull away a bit further, Auckland, then they've positioned themselves well for the last 2 ends.
Absolutely. And they've essentially, to use a darts analogy, they've broken the throw. As Steve Smith had the last bowl there and he dropped a 3, so they've scored when they're not supposed to. The game's designed that you should score with your last bowl. That's the way it works. So if you have last bowl, you should score. And if you can break the throw and score when someone else has last bowl, you're on a win. So they've broken the throw, and they'll want to now score again. 7-5, if they can just keep chipping away. The Auckland team will do themselves all the favours. Nice bowl here from Michael Jelly. A little bit past, but a handy spot. If you're going to miss, that's the best place to miss to.
Reduces options for the other team. In the background there, that chap, he's Clive Jemison. He's also from Senior Trust.
Did you not want to come into the commentary booth, Scott?
He's been giving out the medals and saying a few words about Senior Trust.
Very good. Hopefully, I know the contact details are on the Bosworth Harbour New Zealand Masters official program that I've seen around the place. So
You have indeed. It's on the screen.
the competitors hopefully have taken some of them home to have a look at. And if you are interested, it sounds like it's pretty easy to contact you guys. Here's your phone number, which is 0800 609 600, or your website, or I suppose even if you Google Senior Trust, something would come up, wouldn't it?
You'll see it's come up. Our targeted distribution rate at the moment is a pretty attractive 7%. And also our share price has remained stable at $1 since we started the offer, which over the last few years there's been a lot of volatility in the market, so we're very pleased about that stability. And obviously that's our objective, to keep a stable share price and deliver an attractive return.
Michael Jelly on his forehand.
That's a great ball.
Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it? Feel like they've just got that little...
They got that momentum building.
Yeah.
They got that confidence. It took them a while to get used to the length, but now they've hit their strides.
All over it. And Keith Marshall will be desperate, willing this bowl to hold up. He wants a flat finish. Needs it to stop. That's a good bowl. That'll be second shot.
They really don't want to lose another end though, Northland.
Yeah, they're about, as we
With 2 ends to go after this one.
absolutely. You don't want to be more than three. Three is a doable number to score. We just saw a 3 scored, right? Three you can usually make happen in a game of pairs, but more than 3, you're relying on your opposition to almost help you out a little bit as well.
Yep.
So it's as far down as Northland would want to be, 7-5. They want to score on this end. Alan Smith will be not wanting that to happen as we see him on his forehand.
And there's another game to the right on the screen.
Yeah, there are finals everywhere
That's a
today.
great bowl.
That's a lovely bowl from Alan. So I can't remember how many categories there are. There's a lot of categories in this Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters. Oh, yeah, a few. so the finals day, they got every category up to a final. They're playing them all out today. So I think there's been 2 or 3 per round and another round to go. Look at this here from Steve Smith. What a shot. That's a beautiful bowl.
Top draw.
Lovely stuff there. That's under huge pressure too. He would have been thinking all the stuff he was saying, Scott, about sort of...
Can't let them get away.
You can't let them get too far in front. Need to score on this end, and he's risen to that pressure. So, Northland indicating he's got one. Keith saying, just draw in here.
He's good at counting.
He got up to 4.
Yeah. 5 fingers on the hand.
I was going to say you wouldn't want to get many more than 5. Here we go. Steve Smith on the backhand, holding the 1. You can see that chalked bowl.
There's also... It's getting quite crowded.
So we call it a tight head. So, how do I explain it? We call the bowls gathering. That's a head. That's the head of bowls. We used to call ends heads as well, but at some point we stopped doing that. So I don't know why we call it an end instead of a head. So we'd call it a tight head or a loose head is when the bowls
it's quite hard
are
to get a bit
everywhere.
of space, a bit of air to get the bowl in.
Yeah.
Can this turn?
It's going to hit that one. Oh, just a bit short. Well, just bogged really. And Steve Smith coming to have a look for himself. Knows he's holding 1, so that'd make them 6-7 after 9. If he could find a way to get 2, I imagine that would be, he'd be pretty pleased. But like you say, it's pretty clogged up, so it's hard to see a way in without there being a risk of hitting the opposition bowl.
And you don't know where it's going to land.
Right, so he's talking about the backhand, which is to the right, as you see it on screen. The left now. Navigating that short bowl.
Yeah.
Go as close as you can to the bowl that sits at 2 o'clock on the screen. with good weight, and you should either go around or underneath it for 2.
This
Yeah.
would be a great bowl if he could do it.
I'd be pretty impressed if he's able to pull this one out of the bag. It's on in theory, and that's all it needs to be. So here we go. He's on the back end. He's overplayed this one,
Too heavy.
but he'll be happy with the one shot. That was a beautiful ball he played with his first one to snavel the shot, and they've scored.
Well, they needed that Northland.
See some running repairs going on the Senior Trust scoreboard there. I think the lollipop man looked like a cable tie to me, just to,
Just keeping it up
to
there.
keep it up there.
Yep. Well, in the Browns Bay wind, it's doing pretty well.
Yeah. The one in the shelter looks pretty safe. That looks
Yeah.
pretty solidly placed. Right, so 6-7, 2 ends to go after this one.
Looks like it's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, they'll have to play the last end. As a commentator, I enjoy the extra ends. I like it when you put the proper pressure on. So I'm hoping that
The sudden death.
go straight into sudden death. See how we get on. We'll wait and see. It can get remarkably pressurised, the atmosphere in a game of bowls, when it gets right down to the wire like that. For a game that you might look at as like a genteel, relaxing sport, it can get pretty intense when you get to the pointy end of these games.
And there's some critical shots that got to be played.
Michael Jelly on the backhand.
It's just going to come a bit short.
Yeah, it's not doing what he wanted. So an opportunity here for Keith Marshall. He'd look at that and think, oh, well, position's played a poor bowl. I've got an opportunity just to go right on top of it. Try and increase the pressure.
Good.
Lovely line.
That's a lovely bowl. That's a lovely bowl.
Yeah, really good stuff. It's exactly what he wanted to do. Oh, he's fallen short. So now you get a chance to make it 3. Michael Jelly with 1 bowl to go. Willing it to turn back in.
Just hasn't got the legs.
Yeah, not quite. Might still be in the count though, so there's still some pressure on here. You are 3 down if you are Michael Jelly. Wouldn't want to be short again. Oh, he's got a little feather.
That was lucky.
Little feather.
Oh,
Slice of heaven. Sometimes it goes for you and sometimes it doesn't.
but in the finals, in 10 of 12, that's when you want it to go for you.
It's when the bowls gods have smiled down upon you. You
Yeah.
just go, thank you.
The sun's coming out again.
Yeah, pretty much. Michael just taking a little swig from his flask.
Is that coffee or whiskey?
Well, one or the other.
Or both?
I wouldn't ask. Both would be nice, actually. I wouldn't mind. I had half a coffee and I forgot about it this morning and went to take a sip, and it wasn't as nice as it was at the beginning. That's okay. So Steve Smith on his backhand needs it to turn. Look at this beautiful weight. You can see the intention there, eh? You know, he's looking to rest the bowl, take the jack back, and because he's played it with good weight, his bowl's there, so he's improved the head. It now is worth more if he does execute it correctly. Just leaving it well alone.
So as New Zealand's, there's an ageing population,
Mm-hmm.
and it's forecast in about 20 years the number of 75-year-olds are going to be over 750,000. You know, a pretty substantial part of the population.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's beneficial for the retirement village industry. Do you see that's good for the
Yep.
for the bowls?
Yep, absolutely. Bowls has always been two weeks. It's always been a sport for everyone, but it's always been a sport for retired people as
Yeah.
well. You know, if you look back, there are letters to the paper 100 years ago talking about how bowls is for older people, and they, well, to be fair, back then they actively discouraged. They thought if you were young, you should be playing other sports,
Yep.
whereas now we're like, oh, we're for everyone. But it's always been a sport for everyone to play. So absolutely, I think it's our clubs, we found in the recovery from COVID, when we were allowed back out, our clubs were really cool community hubs, in much the same way that a retirement village is, because it's a gathering space where you not only play your sport, but a lot of our clubs, like the Browns Bay Bowling Club we're at here, has a partnership with the Browns Bay RSA.
Yep.
So they have snooker and pool and darts and housey this morning, etc., etc. So yeah, absolutely, I think it's a positive for our game.
And do many retirement villages play off against other retirement villages?
Yep. Yeah, there are. They do have those inter-retirement village competitions. Yeah, they do. And it's thriving, really, in retirement villages. And their standard of the greens are improving.
That's significantly so.
Mm.
We lend to the premium retirement villages mainly, and you can see they do invest a lot into their bowling greens.
Yeah, yeah. There was a time where a lot of the retirement village bowling greens were an afterthought and astro grass, situations.
When we get the development plan, first thing they really think of where they're going to put the communal facilities, the clubhouse, the swimming pool, but also the bowling green.
Good.
That focal point. So it's definitely building that demand for the game.
Yeah, and it is a perfect sport, really, when you think about it, because it is low impact. As we see Steve Smith here on his backhand, playing with a bit of weight. He doesn't look very happy. Oh, pushed it wide. Be disappointed with that one.
So for the younger demographic, the 10-year-olds, the 15-year-olds, is there lighter balls? Is there shorter pitches?
Yeah, so they have small bowls for, say, your 13 or 14-year-olds, but the best game for the young ones is indoor bowls, which is played on a mat that's 21 or 22 feet long in community halls during the winter time, and it's part of the Ames games. Because their hands are small and they can hold on to the bowl, so it's part of the Ames games. It's the first sport I played. I played indoor bowls.
So you learn the
first.
skill, you learn the tactics, you learn the...
Yeah, it's very similar, very, very similar game, but just inside and sort of condensed down, and they play over the winter months, outdoor plays over the summer. So for really little children, indoors the better one to start them off with, and then we move them on to outdoor bowls
pitches.
and sort of the secondary school level onwards. So holding 1, the Auckland team, looking to make it 2.
Well, it's an important end, this.
Yeah, right down to the pointy end and that bowl, and he's not going to make it 2.
I think they'll be happy with that, though.
Oh, they'll be pleased, yep. And then you think,
2
just
ends to go.
one end at a time. So the Senior Trust, you've been around for, what's the story? How long have you been around for?
So Senior Trust, there's been a number of different offers. Senior Trust has been around, or the management team has been associated with the retirement village industry for over 20 years.
Yep.
So the management teams have extensive experience with retirement villages. We've got a core blended team. We've had a number of different offers. A previous offer was the Senior Trust Retirement Village Listed Fund, which was listed on the NZX, and that was a very successful fund. And we've just brought to market the Senior Trust Retirement Village Income Generator, which once again, all we do is lend to retirement villages. We are specialists in this field. We know what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what are the fundamentals that really make a good retirement village and is good for our investors. And for us, it's a great industry to be in. one of the growing industries in New Zealand.
Yeah, it sounds. Oh, you've sold me with your pitch anyway. It's been it's been
Well,
good.
the
and
good thing
it's-
is we don't really have to pitch it. The people who understand about retirement villages, the ageing population, for them, they can see and they can, make their call once they come to our website.
Oh, it just makes sense, doesn't it? And it's good, like you say, that it's easy to contact any of you via both your website or your 800 number and talk to people and consistent people. So the fact that it's a nice, simple communication point must be helpful.
I mean, it does get frustrating when you call up companies or telecommunication companies and you've got to press a number of different numbers on the phone to be able to get through to someone who can't help you.
Yeah, I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
After 27 hours on hold, they go, "Oh no, that's not my
Yep.
not my department."
Or they're not in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Well, if you can speak to someone in New Zealand who, on first name terms, who you can meet, it just makes life a lot easier.
Absolutely. And that bowl just got a little wick.
So quite a lot of distance between the jack.
Yeah. So we saw the jack was misthrown. It was out of bounds, so it was placed on the 2 metre mark, and Steve Smith called his lead to pull the meat up to where it is now. So technically it'll feel like quite a different length to these players. So that's Steve Smith's experience there, really, just trying to
That's good.
change something up. Although still drawable, he says, on the back end. Huge end in the context of the game, because this is the penultimate end. There's only one to go after this. Northland trailing by 2. If they fall any further behind,
It's going to be a hard road back.
it will be.
And looking out the window, the sun's really starting to make itself known.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a lovely afternoon. A beautiful day yesterday. We were down here setting up for the broadcast, and there was not a cloud in the sky.
Every day's a good day in Browns Bay.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, just decision making here. So there's concern on both sides that you might accidentally knock a bowl that you don't want to knock.
Critical end though for Northland.
Alan making his way.
Well, you do cover some ground when you play bowls.
Yeah, it's 30-something metres each way. So you do get the steps. You certainly get the steps up, but it is a nice, gentle exercise.
Yep.
Like, you're not going to...
On flat ground.
Yeah,
Yep.
you don't finish the day and go, whoa. But it is, it keeps you moving, and your mobility as well, like to take your step and to let go of the bowl. There's stuff moving around. I usually find after my first roll-up of the season, I go, oh, there's some muscles that I'd forgotten I was using. But after that, you're okay.
Lubricate the joints.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Indoor bowls is a bit tougher because you kneel down to play that, so you go down to 1 or 2 knees. So after your first roll-up of indoor, usually there's some muscles that let themselves be known.
And it's nice to be outside.
Yep.
In the fresh air.
Yeah, beautiful.
2 to Auckland.
2 to Auckland, yeah, so that'd be
Well, there'll be no way back with it.
almost no way. Technically, there'd be a way back, but based on the game, we've seen 3's the maximum we've seen scored. I'd say it'd be very unlikely. You can score 6 is the maximum amount of points that you can score in a game, on an end, sorry. As we see Steve Smith here under big pressure. How's the weight? He's got the green right. How's the weight? Let's look for indication from the lead. What's happened? Somebody tell us. Nope. That was either a good bowl or it wasn't. Maybe Jelly will. 1 down, so that's a great bowl there from Steve Smith. He's played some bombs this game.
So how many rounds are there to get to the finals?
These guys would have played 3 or 4 games of post-section to get to the final. There would have been 16 or slightly more than 16 qualifiers. Sorry, 16 or slightly less. So this is probably their 4th game in the final, and they would have played a full day of section play earlier on. So you're playing 7, 8, 9 games to win the event, which isn't that's not a small amount.
No, that's nothing to be sniffed at. That's good going.
Keith Marshall looks less convinced that they're holding the shot. He said it's a measure.
Are they able to measure now, or do you have to
No,
wait?
you have to wait. To the end. You can use. You might have seen them do like the finger measure.
Yep.
So that's technically not your fingers aren't a measuring device. So you can do that, but your measuring device is restricted until
not
after
gonna
the
do much.
game's played. Nah, it's just died in the rough there a little bit. I think it's 1 to Steve. It looks like it's 1 to Steve.
It couldn't be much tighter then.
No, it's pretty close. No one seems certain. So Michael Jelly.
So, some people would imagine that it's all white when you come onto a bowling green.
They would, and that's a perception that we've been looking to change for
Okay.
about the last 10 years. So, not even at a top level. It's not like cricket where they still play whites for the Test match. We have moved on as a sport. So every club has a multicoloured club shirt pretty much, and the centres. In New Zealand, obviously, we wear a black and silver fern kit. So whites are essentially a thing of the past. You see more whites at business house bowls, more whites where people are going
Well,
along
that's a
for a
great bowl.
laugh than you do in the competitive sport. Same thing with the bowls. They're no longer just black bowls. They're all multicoloured. The bowls I play with have 7 different colours in one. I've got
Okay.
the 7 different layers of whatever. I was saying in the previous broadcast that it's unfortunate if I have a really bad game because
Everyone knows.
everyone's like,
Everyone
oh,
can
yeah,
see that's yep.
there's those 2 rubbish ones.
Yep. So a lot of debate about.
Appears to be. I wouldn't be surprised. He's just talking. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to get aggressive here, but he's just thinking about what he can hit and why he would hit it, sort of thing.
So he's saying if he gets the jack and it goes into the ditch.
Yeah, so that'd be perfect. If he got absolutely perfect, that would be a guaranteed one. I think Steve wants to hit it. I think we know it's 1 to Auckland, so that'd be 9-6. If he chips the ball out clean, he'd score 1. If he gets the jack back, it's good because he's a toucher in the ditch. So I think we'll see aggression here from Steve Smith.
This is really the critical bowl. This will make or break the finals.
Absolutely.
It's down to this bowl.
Oh, he's just gone for the draw, or slightly over the draw on the backhand. Now we'll see it come into the head. He's
It's going to hit the other one.
oh dear, half a bowl off, and it's
So you would have paid that with a bit of pace.
yeah. Personally, I would have gone up the middle on the backhand, and I think Steve spoke about that
Yep.
as an option. You're removing the bowl, taking the jack back into the ditch.
Here comes the measure.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if it's 1 or 2. Oh,
It's short.
just the 1.
Well,
Oh,
that's still a good result for
yeah,
Auckland.
it is. It's a good result for Auckland. But 3, we've seen a 3 scored in this game. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Northland would score a 3, but they're going to have a very good end. Sort of comes down these first 2 bowls. If Keith Marshall can put a bowl right on the jack, that might set them up for a 3. But if they cross over and Northland are not holding the shot, it's
Was
going
it
to be
exciting into
real
the
challenging.
finale?
Yeah, hopefully we see it. Again, for the television, I'd love for there to be an extra end, keep it interesting, or super duper interesting, and get the pressure ramped right up. And I'm sure that
So
Michael Jelly and Alan Smith would just want it to be over and done with after this game.
they're just going to protect their position.
That's the thing, you know. He'll draw one close, and then you cover where the opposition goes.
If
and
he
they can't
loses
score a
2
number.
points, that's all he has to do.
Yep, absolutely. And that is a really good
What
start.
an opener bowl.
Yep, beautiful bowl.
Under pressure.
So now the logic, if you are Steve, and all Steve Smith wants to see are 3 bowls past the jack. When he crosses over, he won't care if he's up or down, but if he's got 3 bowls past the jack in a similar space, that'll give him a chance.
To hit the jack.
Yep, to make a number happen. So he's not worrying at all.
So if you were Auckland, would you then not put a bowl there as well?
And Auckland would try and cover that, absolutely.
Just to cover that position?
So this bowl is not, that's not helping the case.
It's going to be hard for him to make that direct contact with the jack now.
Well, that's the challenge, because he's put essentially it's blocking an aggressive shot later on, but it's also not a bowl that can be used. So the next 2 bowls, Steve will probably just reiterate that he just needs them to be anywhere past.
He's nodding his head.
I mean, it's so easy to talk about, but it is harder to execute.
The skill you can see trying to place the bowl.
Decisions. But Steve's also thinking, well, do I try and get the short bowl out of my road for my 3 that I'm playing, because I am going to have to be aggressive at some point.
Well, it's now or never.
If this jag's down onto the jack, that's
a great bowl.
That's couldn't have gone much better. It's a good shot. I would have told you that was impossible if you'd asked me to get around the bowl with that speed and drag the jack back.
But he's still going to get 3.
Yeah.
So if you put the jack into the ditch.
The jack in the ditch between the 2 white sticks that you see to the right and the left is fine. If it's not,
and if it goes into the ditch, which bowls count?
all the bowls count, but if you put a bowl in the ditch, only if it's chalked does it stay in the ditch.
And that's a touching bowl.
And that's a touching bowl, yeah. So that bowl there that you see at the bottom of your screen at 4 o'clock is a touching bowl. So if it got knocked into the ditch, you'd leave it in the ditch.
It's another great bowl.
So Steve here, he still have a chance. He wants a bowl past, and then there's an opportunity to knock the jack right back.
There's not a lot of time.
No, I mean, yeah, the number of bowls to do it are running out for sure. But if this bowl stays on the rink, yeah, they've got a chance here, Northland, and that is the danger area where Auckland will be playing. All Alan needs to do is put a bowl anywhere past between those 2, and you'll be home and host. Again, easy to say.
Hard to do.
Yeah, it's why I'm predominantly a commentator.
You can see the skill in the game. You can see the tactics.
Certainly, it requires a lot of practice.
To be in the final after 2 years is
incredible
effort.
So this is Alan Smith here, looking to put a bowl past. On the forehand.
Just a bit short.
So this is a huge bowl here from Steve Smith, and he'll go for this first one. Even if he can trail the jack back, he'll sit with his holding 3. So psychologically, Auckland would then go, suddenly we're sitting with the draw. We've been holding the win. And Michael's played 3 good bowls. There's 3 nice shots there. But a chance here for Steve.
So a bit of pace.
He's close here. Steve Smith, he's close. Needs it to hold. A slice of good luck. Anything. He's found fresh air.
Into the ditch.
Oh, that was
close.
A well-played bowl. Beautiful weight. He's got 2 more bullets in the chamber. And Auckland, if they didn't know where the danger was before,
they know now.
They absolutely know now. This is close as well. Yeah, really good bowl.
That's a great bowl.
That's classy stuff.
That's protected, that's 3.
Yeah, now you need things to go your way. It's still weight on the back end, but your collision bowl on the way through might need to knock Alan's bowl out of the way, sort of thing. So you require three or four bits of movement more than you did 20 seconds ago.
Well, he had the iron last time. Let's see how he goes.
Needs it to turn. Oh, don't take your own bowl off, Steve. That's a calamity.
It's all over.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's the worst thing that could have happened. Now, if it's a toucher, it stays in the ditch. I'd leave it in the ditch. Yeah, it's a toucher. As he trailed it back. So we see the 2 bowls there of Northlands. One right by the little drinking cup next to your senior trust thing, and the other bowl in line with the leg on the tripod. That's sort of the direction in which Steve Smith will be praying to get the jack. But, I mean, every bowl it's become more and more challenging, hasn't
more
it?
difficult, yep. But it's been a great final.
Has been really, it's been enjoyable, and thank you for hopping on board for
Oh, no, really
for
appreciate
commentary.
it. Thanks for letting us be here. It's been a very close game, backwards and forwards, and at the end Auckland just pulled away.
Yeah, good stuff. And they're just indicating that's the only danger there is there. Thanks for commentating. It's been enjoyable having you on. Hopefully you pop down to your local bowling club and have a roll up one of these days. It's not that far up, surely. It's not that far.
I think I'll bring the children down.
Yeah, why not?
Get them involved.
Easy game to learn, hard to master, but easy to learn.
Master, yep.
So here we go. We've got Alan Smith covering the only shot that Steve Smith has on. So they're just talking about, so we've got the toucher in the ditch, literally by that yellow, you can see that yellow mark, which is indicating the toucher in the ditch. And the other bowl of Northlands is in line with pretty much where Michael Jelly's standing. So if Steve Smith can hit the 2 Auckland bowls first, so that his collision bowl's coming across at the right angle, technically, in theory, it's possible to take the jack to the right, along with your collision bowl, and finish up in the ditch by the right for 3. So there is a shot on, but he's going to have to play it absolutely perfect. He's only 5 down on the head, but he needs to use that short bowl there about where his... Yeah.
Well, if he gets this bowl, it'll be talked about for years to come.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have seen it. So all he wants to do, he'll be focusing on hitting the green bowl that sits at 2 o'clock. If you hit that, your collision bowl comes across to our left, could pick the jack up, trail it back to the bottom left of our screen for 3, and then we see an extra end. Easy peasy, Steve.
Yep.
Rightio, so here we go. This is going to decide if we see an extra end. On the back end. Needs it to hold. He's going to get that one square. Anything could happen. Oh, not enough though. And there we see it.
That was
so
a big ask.
Yeah, it was. And congratulations to Alan Smith and Michael Jelly. Is there anything you want to sign off with before I press the end button? Your last little thing?
Great game to be commentating on. Senior Trust is very pleased to be associated with the Masters, and come and visit our website at www.seniortrust.co.nz. You can see it on the screen in the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, brilliant. It's good that we had that there. And there's also the 0800 number, 0800 609 600. Our hang-around viewers, you can go away for a cup of tea or something, but we have got one more final to watch a bit later on this afternoon, the Women's Fours final. So hang around, but until then, so long and farewell.
Let us drive your investment returns. We are New Zealand's specialist lenders to the premium retirement village sector. Senior Trust has a strong track record of delivering investors attractive, stable returns. Get in touch with our specialist investor care team today.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on.
Let us drive your investment returns. We are New Zealand's specialist lenders to the premium retirement village sector. Senior Trust has a strong track record of delivering investors attractive, stable returns. Get in touch with our specialist investor care team today.
Welcome back to the Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters in association with Senior Trust's broadcast coverage. We're live here from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid, and enjoying a commentary for a second ever game.
Second invited back.
yeah, you were. Scott Lester, so thank you for joining me, Scott. And I'll just run through the names of who we're watching. So the red on the score card, what you'll see in a minute or three, is Kyoko Kurihura, Jamie Chen, Jan Calcott and Connie Matheson from the Takapuna Bowling Club, North Harbour. And with the blue stickers, we have Gail Melrose, Marilyn Constantine, Minna Paul and Mary Campbell from Bay of Plenty, most of them out of the Tauranga Club. 12 ends, it's the final alongside the other final that's going on. And we're right to the pointy end, Scott.
Yeah, it was a very exciting game. I was on previously, Auckland v Northland. And that was two pairs. So what's the difference when you have four people on a team? Is it a different strategy? Is it?
Yes, there is, yeah. So there's 8 bowls apiece. So the head gets a little bit more cluttered. So often you see in the last half of the end a bit more aggression, more forcing bowls.
And you've got to keep track of who's on your side and what balls are on your team.
That's right, yes, yeah. So for the viewers, for the ease of the viewers, we have blue stickers and red stickers that match the scoreboard at the top left. So you see you've got the red and the blue scoreboard. That should match the stickers that are on the bowls.
So you're saying very cluttered, so a lot of balls by the jack. So changes the dynamic of the game quite considerably.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, particularly after the first few, and you see the lead in the 2. So the first 4 bowls from each team are often looking to get past the head, and the jack gets taken past. So you see more bowls passed, and this is a great start from the red team here. Look at that, 3 bowls right nestled around it.
And do you find that the same players play in order, or do they change?
Yeah, they do. So that's the way it works. You have what is called a lead, a 2, a 3, and a skip. So the leads lead off. They play the first 2 bowls. The 2s play the second 2 bowls. The 3s play the third lot of bowls, and the skips play the final 2 bowls. And that has to be the same for the game. But if you had, like if you and I were playing and I had an atrocious game at skip, I could be demoted. I could demote myself and switch around for the next game.
Oh, okay. So the sun's really come out now at Browns Bay.
Yeah, beautiful weather, as you predicted.
Yeah. Well, it's always a nice day in Browns Bay. So how long has the game of bowls been going for? Obviously, Sir Francis Drake was
Yeah, it's a famous story.
the famous story, 16th century.
So you can trace the game of bowls right back as far as you want to go, because for as long as we've been, human beings like to throw things towards other things. But in the form that we know it, about 200 years, 250 years, the Scottish were the ones who gave it more regulated rules, and then it was the Scottish settlers that came out to New Zealand in the 1850s and 60s that took the game here. So we play, well, the Scottish version is the one that sort of caught on. Crown Green Bowls, which is still played up the north of England, is like the original, it's the ancestral one, but the rules are a little bit less defined in that. So a couple hundred years as we know it.
And has it evolved a lot in the last 20, 30 years?
Yeah, the last 30 years in particular, we've seen the game change a lot. Same as cricket with the 2020 bowls has a various different forms of short format game. Players no longer wear whites. The bowls are now made of a variety of different colours. So yeah, probably the last 30 years we've seen a change. In New Zealand, of course, we were the first country in the world to amalgamate our men's and women's national bodies in 1997.
Okay.
So it's been a while now, but
So leading the world.
amalgamated with that.
Yeah.
Australia, some states in Australia got over the line last year, so we beat them by about
Always
25
good.
years.
New Zealand.
Always satisfying.
Yeah. That's a good bowl.
Just underneath the line there. So you can see lots of red stickered bowls look like they're around the jack, so it's a good start for the red team, isn't it?
Could be 4 or 5. I suppose the points per end is maybe on average higher in a four-person game.
Yep. And that's a good way to look at it too, to use a cricket analogy. If you're down in a game, you often look at how many points per end you would need to score to catch back up again. And you can sort of see your required run rate sort of fluctuating, so to speak. Here comes Gail Melrose on her forehand. So the North Harbour team here, they are in a bit of strife. They're the red team. This is Kyoko. She's just come back from representing Japan at the World Championships.
Oh, good on her. And New Zealand couldn't snap her up.
Yeah, no, we couldn't. Now, this might be why she represented Japan. Oh, she's found a gap. Unlucky. It was well played, wasn't it?
So, was that 3 to Bay of Plenty?
I think, yeah, the Bay of Plenty team will be holding 3. This is Gail Melrose here on the forehand. She's a high-performance coach for the New Zealand team. So she too was on the Gold Coast for the World Championships in a support staff role.
So you don't have much time if you've only got 2 bowls to really get your eye in to get the length.
Yeah.
To be able to get accustomed to the green.
Yeah, the focus is important. This is a great effort here. Good bowl, so she's cut it down to 2, and Gail will stay on her forehand. So she's got another bowl to come, doesn't she? Oh, I was getting ready for Gail's last bowl, but she'd already played it. So we see there 2
To Bay of Plenty.
to Bay of Plenty after one end of 12. So the lead there, Mary Campbell, very experienced campaigner. She's won, I think she won 3 New Zealand Peers titles.
So they've been playing all week since Monday.
In different disciplines, yes. Yeah, they will have been, yeah. So they run a variety of different disciplines at this Masters event. This is the women's fours, obviously.
So to keep that concentration all week and that focus is pretty difficult.
Yeah, requires a bit of effort. And they were just measuring out there. So what they're doing here...
And you've got a few watchers
yeah, across
With
the
their-
fence, over the fence.
with their coffee.
Great stuff. Sue Rossiter here, the umpire. So what they're doing is measuring to see how far up the jack is, because there is a minimum length. So if the jack hasn't made the minimum length, it's going to get re-delivered
By the same person.
by the opposition, the
By the
opposing
opposition.
team. Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, had I read my conditions of play, I would have known that it doesn't get re-delivered, it gets placed by the opposition team. So that's to save time. So Kyoko can place the jack wherever she would like it to. So essentially what that means, you want to control the length of the jack because you're dictating your length to the
Yep.
opposition. So if you lose that right, that's a small
Advantage.
psychological win here for the North Harbour team. Good start
That's a
from Mary
nice bowl.
Campbell. Very good bowler. And this Connie Matheson, left-hander.
So being a left-hander would provide probably another difference to your squad.
Yeah, and you take a different line because the point at which you let the bowl go from is different than what a right-handed player would have. That's a good
That's
first
a top
bowl
draw.
there. Mary Campbell again on her forehand. Down to the weight. Just running past. But 2 good bowls back there. See, it's 2 bowls past the head. It's Connie here.
Waving it in.
Yeah. It's incredible because obviously a bowl is an inanimate object that you have no control over once you've let it go. But you do feel like you've made a difference.
Give it that level of encouragement.
Yeah, you
Just to
wave
get
the
to
bowl or tell it to turn or tell it to stop, and it does it, and you go, oh, I must have made a difference there. Just the willpower, I reckon. So this Minna Paul on her forehand, another very good bowler. It's a Takapuna too on her backhand. Believe Minna, let's just play that bowl there, as the record holder for the most centre titles won in the Bay of Plenty. So in New Zealand we're divided into about 26 different centres, regions.
Yep.
And one of their roles is to run championships. So they run a singles, a pairs, a triples and a fours for the members to play, and you win one, you get a title, and she's somewhere over 30
Wow.
30 of those titles, which is pretty impressive.
Very impressive. A great person to have in your team.
Yeah.
And that's a great bowl.
I mean, for Gail to have the luxury of having Minna Paul and Mary Campbell, who've both won national titles at lead and 2, it's pretty good. It means you're going to get, more often than not, a pretty a good foundation to build from.
You also have a lot of confidence in your teammates. That
Absolutely. Yep.
if you need to get out of a jam, then they can deliver.
Yeah. All the stuff, the ability under pressure.
So how do you think you're tracking now in regards to the scores?
Gail will be happy at 2-0 up after 1. You know, it's pretty early days in a game of fours, but it's nice to get off the scoring blocks. And it's an unusual game, Bowles, because even if you're only going up in ones, so say Gail scores another one and another one, she's only 4-0 up, which isn't that much, but to the opposition who haven't even scored yet, it can feel like a lot. So it is
Demoralising.
Yeah, it's nice to get off the 0 as early as possible, really, and then you can just feel like the freedom to score is there.
You've got that foundation to build on.
Marilyn here.
Well, that's a good bowl.
Oh, lovely bowl. So potentially holding the shot there. I can see 2 blue bowls. Remembering the stickers match the score tick at the top left of your screen. That's Jamie Chen here on her forehand.
So those stickers, are they detachable?
Yes, they are, yeah.
So
So,
therefore, if you're red next time and you were blue this time, you can just switch them over.
yep, that's a lovely bowl from Jamie. Often we have club stickers as well. So there's
Okay.
actually there's a small industry in bowl stickers because
Yep.
you only use them once, right? And then they're taken off and you get another one. So
Okay.
often your club will have a club sticker with a design on it, or your centre, or the New Zealand players often have a New Zealand sticker, and for our broadcasts we have the blue and the red stickers to match the
game.
scoreboard.
So it's a whole little industry.
Yeah, they're quite popular. And that was a lovely shot there from Jamie Chen holding the one. So Gail Melrose crossing over, down on the head, opting to play her backhand. Needs it to hold. Oh,
That's a bit short.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that one. Kieko playing the forehand.
Is this going to be at pace?
Now she's got the shot, so she'll just be looking to add a bonus if she can. She's not wide. She needs this one to hold up. That was largely accidental, I feel. She sort of overplayed that. You can see there the wind blowing the camera around. So it's certainly getting up in pace a little bit. Looks like the North Harbour team's holding at least a 1 there. Needs it to turn. She's not far away here. Gail Melrose, look at this.
Oh, that's
Needs to
tremendous
stick
bowl.
with it. Lovely bowl. Beautiful bowl.
So 1 to North Harbour.
Still 1 to North Harbour. A lovely effort there from Gail, and Kieko going to have a look at the head to see if there's an opportunity here for her to score more than 1.
Not a lot of room though.
No, there isn't a lot of room. It's reasonably safe if she plays her backhand side, but just to the left of the screen as we see it. Up and over once on that short red bowl with the blue sticker, or just sneaking around it for 2.
4's the maximum, is it? In respect to how many people can play on the same team?
Yeah, 4s. Yep, 4s is the most. In sort of the original game, 4s, when we had to fit a lot of people onto the greens, you don't see it any more than 4. Or the game gets a bit ridiculous. So many bowls on
I was supposed to say
on the rink.
you've got to have a little bit of space, bit of air.
Piers has become more popular over the years as clubs are able to. You can sort of manage a Piers tournament.
1 to North Harbour.
1 to North Harbour there. 1-2.
So they get off the board.
Yeah, and so both teams will feel pretty. You both feel like you could.
Early
You can
days.
score.
Yeah. And the senior trust side have held up well.
Yeah, it hasn't. I was
Yeah.
concerned about it earlier on, but it certainly has held up well with its. I've forgotten the 0800 number. What is it? 609 600.
That's correct.
I went to look for it, and it was hidden behind a couple of
But by now you'll know it off by
couple of
heart.
ankles.
You'll be
I'll-
dreaming about it.
I'll
Yeah.
get there.
Or you go to www.seniortrust.co.nz, as you can see on the screen.
Certainly, it does seem, as we've spoken, that you guys are easy to get in contact with. Do you enjoy that part of the role, like having the more direct contact with the clients or the people that you work with? How does it work?
So how it works is we've always got that direct contact throughout the year, but we also do annual road shows, and that gives us a chance to go out throughout New Zealand and meet our investors, have a chance to sit down and update them on what's going on, but also have some food and coffee with them and just understand what they appreciate, and if they have any questions, it gives them a good opportunity to ask.
Absolutely.
But generally, they're all, very happy. They enjoy the association and relationship with Senior Trust.
Connie Matheson here on. She's asking if she can switch hands. It's because she thinks that bowler's in her way. The crowd continues to build in the background. Doesn't look that pleased with that bowl.
No,
A bit of frustration.
when you only get 2 bowls in an end,
It's not much, yeah.
you really don't have a lot of room for error.
Wheeling this bowl back in.
So that lady had quite a nice attachment at the end to pick up the bowl.
Yeah, a picker. Oh, I don't know what the technical term is.
A picker.
A picker-upper is what I call them.
Yep.
I think they're probably meant to be called a bowls lifter, but they make life a lot easier
Yep.
than you might think. The bowls lifters, yeah, they're really a handy tool for sure. There's also bowling arms nowadays, so if you're unable to bend down to release the bowl, there's like a bowling arm. It's got like a, when you pick up rubbish with those things, you
Like a
like a claw
Yeah,
at the end.
yeah.
It's got like a hand at the end, so
Okay.
people can use that, so they don't have to bend down. They just have to swing their arm, allowing people to stay in the game, which is pretty cool.
Keep that longevity.
Underneath the line here, Minapol. Really taking her time, this Takapuna too. Can't be far away.
It's a nice
Yeah,
bowl.
good shot. Really good bowl. The 2 blue stickered bowls there you can see.
Still a bit of space to.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you said to someone on a normal day, you've got a metre to draw the shot, would you back yourself? All 8 players here would back themselves to get within that.
That's a great bowl.
And Minna has done so. Yeah, really good bowl. Now we see Jamie Chen on the forehand.
So which country is renowned for being like the best bowlers? Like, for example, football, you might say Brazil.
That's a good question. Australia are world leaders in lawn bowls. Scotland are pretty good.
Okay.
They have the best. They probably have the best player of all time who's still playing. He's like a Phil Taylor of bowls. His name is Alex Marshall. He won a world championship gold medal in the mid-90s, and then I think another one, either a gold or a silver this year sort of thing. So he's had a 25-year, 30-year stretch at the top of the sport.
And if you're a professional in bowls, can you make a career out of it? Is there enough sponsorship money, enough prize money to...
Yeah, if you want to do that, you have to go to Australia or the UK,
Okay.
the 2 best places for that. So Australia has a thriving lawn bowls scene. You can get hired by clubs and they'll match any prize money that you make, sort of thing, and you can become
That's
like
good.
find a work at the club and also
Yep.
play bowls. So Australia, that's a career path for a lot of people. And the UK has something called the World Bowls Tour, which is played, it's like a PBA, so it's played indoors on a full-sized rink. And
So there's
it's
things that New Zealand
televised.
could learn in order that we could improve our rankings.
Yeah. A lot of Kiwis will go to Australia. A lot of young New Zealanders will go to Australia and play bowls there,
Yeah.
which is good for them. On the domestic scene, we're just a little country. That's the problem. And what we don't have that Australia do, are pokie machines in our clubs, and that's really helpful for some of the clubs.
Which is a
over
good or
there.
bad thing, depending. Yep.
Yeah, it depends on your perspectives. As we see this red bowl,
It's
that's
bowl.
a great shot, and down it goes. But yeah, we've always been competitive at international level.
Yep.
Always
Which
been
is
sort
good.
of
Yep.
there or thereabouts. So we like to consider ourselves one of probably the top 4 or 5 countries in the world when it comes to bowls.
Which is great.
It's a nice space to be in. So Keiko on her backhand by the looks, the blue sticker you can see on the inside. Looking to arrest that white bowl that you can see at 2 o'clock. Not to be. So Gail's job now is just to add we call it a bonus shot, just add another one. Already sitting with 1 or 2. Beautiful line. Oh,
Has
just
it
the
got
weight.
the weight?
Ran out of puff. This is a close-up. Look at this
Will
for a
it
bowl.
Turn in.
Needs it to keep going. I reckon
Oh,
she's
that's-
done it. Beautiful bowl. So just asking Mary Campbell to see who she thinks holding. Must be very close. But whether they're up or down doesn't change what Gail's going to do. So as far as Gail's concerned, the shot she has to play is exactly the same.
She's got a gap in the middle.
Yep.
Difficult shot though.
Yeah, if she plays it, she'll be pretty pleased, I would say, on the forehand.
Will she get through that gap?
Needs it to hold. Oh, just probably a little bit of everything there. I think probably a little bit, not quite enough oomph and not quite enough green. Oh, they all want to measure. Marilyn there. So she'll measure the bowl that's sitting flat first. And then go against the blue. Nope, and back to the white.
Pretty close.
1-2 North Harbour, so 2 apiece.
All square.
All the signs of it being a very tightly contested game. Connie Matheson here on her forehand. Oh, wide, she says, and that's because it is. It is the first time these greens have been played on this season, or today and yesterday, so they're a little bit slower than what they usually are, and perhaps not quite as true.
Okay.
It usually takes, once your season's sort of up and running,
Flattens it down.
you get the green a bit nicer, but lovely to be. It's nice to play on a grass green, so the players will be happy. Connie again on her forehand. Die in the rough as well. And that's a frustrating bowl because it's sort of in the way too. So that's why Mary Campbell's gone, look, I'll switch to the forehand. Particularly when your lead does that. It's going to cause issues a bit later on this end.
Sets the tone for the game.
Oh, how long are you going to hold up for, Mary?
That's a great bowl.
Yeah, good shot. So indicating that the forehand is the way. Got the weight right. She's very close here. Lovely bowl. Minapol. Very good bowler.
So the skill level seems to be a lot higher in this game when you've got so many balls, you've got such a small amount of space to be able to really get the critical ball through.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think reading ahead for fours is probably as skillful as outdoor bowls gets, because you're thinking about your brain is holding on to 16 different bowls and what they may or may not do. So it's harder than it might be to read ahead for a game of pairs where it's 12 or singles where it's
And you've only got two bowls yourself.
That's right.
So
it's the favourite. It's the truest form of outdoor bowls is this one, because you've got the most bowls on the head with the least bowls to do it.
Yep.
So your good players will come through in a game of fours, and you can play the cooler shots too, because there's so many bowls in collisions. So your good players will find something and go, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what's going to happen. Whereas in pairs and singles, sometimes the head's not built up enough to
make that connection,
to find that sort of stuff. This bowl here, this red stickered bowl, needs to get back down to the head. Just gonna, blue stickered. Now I'm colourblind, but I can't even make that excuse because I can see the difference between red and blue. Needs it to come back in here, Marilyn.
It's a bit long.
Good green. This could be very interesting.
That looks like it's got a good line.
Yeah, really good bowl.
That's
beautiful bowl. Trailed the jack back a little bit as well. How's the weight here? Needs it to run. It's trying. Might not quite have made it, so I think the blue sticker at least holding to 1, possibly a 2. Again, it's hard to tell. The bowl at 6 or the bowl at 12 with the camera angles, because we're coming in from behind. You can see there a better illustration of what I mean. The depth perception can be pretty challenging.
very close game.
Has been, and it looks like it'll continue to be so. Gail Melrose going for a walk to the right. What's she done? Maybe collecting a water bottle or something. Especially Kieko here. On the forehand.
Seems to have a bit of pace.
Yeah, she does. Just over that draw. That's a lovely bowl. Does look like she's throwing it harder than she is out of her hand. Her delivery looks like that, I think. Gail on the forehand herself. Hold on to that one. That is class. What a shot. That's a brilliant bowl there from Gail Melrose.
Turn the whole end.
Yeah. 4 or 5 rolls on that short bowl. Up for 1. Couldn't have played it any better. Kieko Oh, the slap of the hand on the leg. So now it's a chance for Gale to make it 2. Again, a gentle bonus. You know, you're not trying too hard here. You've got one. You think, I'll make sure I miss wider than I need to and shorter than I need to. And
A bird in the hand.
yeah, exactly. If you accidentally draw a second shot,
It's a bonus.
That's happy days. And if you don't, well, there's no skin off your nose. Yeah, so she's gone wider than she needs to be. So that's missing on the safe side. You know. If she'd cut her grain, she would have been perfect, sort of thing.
Well, they got the point.
Certainly did. So 3-2 to the Bay of Plenty team.
Still nothing in it at this stage.
Some sort of conversation happening. So we're on to end 5 of 12. Oh,
In the ditch.
yeah. So that means that Kyoko gets to place the jack wherever she thinks is best. Mary on the back end. Very short end. Look how far the jack's being placed up. Feel the tension, can't you? It's only end 5, but
yeah.
all the players out there.
Totally focused.
Ratcheting up. Connie on the back end. That's a good bowl. Lovely shot there. Harry Campbell again on the back end. Good ball.
One of the villages that we lend funds to is the Grove in Aruba,
Yes.
so very close to here. And inside they've got a felt, and there's always people playing indoor bowls there. You know, it's a very popular indoor sport.
Absolutely. Well, that's good. Like you say, it's a sort of bowls are synonymous with the retirement village community. A thriving one it is too.
It's amazing how many retirement villages are being built and how many they need to build in order to keep up with demand. And it's not just an issue in New Zealand, it's obviously globally. But New Zealand is at the forefront of delivering a great product.
That's cool. I mean, like you say, they are just fantastic places to live, right? Like, you visit them and it's like, there's nothing missing here. It seems like a pretty good place to be.
Oh, it'd be a great place. To have a swimming pool on your doorstep with a restaurant, a country club,
Why would you not?
and a bowling green. That's a nice bowl.
See the shirts that Gail Melrose's team are wearing. They've got silver ferns on them, sort of, I don't know what you would describe it as, sort of nicely on the shirt in a gradient.
Embroidered.
Yeah. They're a New Zealand supporters shirt, so they are available or will be shortly available for purchase on the Bowls New Zealand online store.
Okay.
We had them for purchase for the World Championships that we had recently. and a lot of people bought them and went over to Australia and supported the New Zealand Blackjacks team. So another run has been done of those shirts. So if you want to get your hands on one of those shirts, just Google Bowls New Zealand store or go to our website, and that's where it sits, and that's just one of the products that we have available on there for purchase.
So I suppose you need to be quick before they get sold out.
Yeah, absolutely. We were pleasantly surprised by the demand.
Yep.
We weren't sure how it would be received, but they're nice shirts, and they're nice to play in. They're that breathable
In this weather.
fabric,
Yep.
absolutely perfect for bowls. So another run if you want to have a go. And it did look cool over in Australia to have big sections of the crowd
Oh, great, yeah.
donned out in the black.
Always feel proud. Yep.
Could be close here. Let's see. Is it going to turn in time? No. Knows the answer. She was looking just to reach through.
So was that
Bowl
one
or
or two
jack?
to blues?
What's the lollipop man got to tell us? I'd say well, a 1.5. Is that an answer I can give? Probably not. 1. So we see. Two. It's 2 blue.
Two.
Needs it to hold.
And on
Oh,
the other
great
side
effort.
of the TV, is that the men's fours?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the men's fours final going on. If you want to find results for the entire event, they're available on the Bowls North Harbour Facebook and website.
Well, what's the web address for that?
But just off the top of my head, not reading from the book at all, bowlsnorthharbour.co.nz
Oh, good
is
stuff.
the website. And it's also available, so they're using an online system called Bowls Hub,
Yep.
which is an events management system. So all the results for the entire Bowls North Harbour Masters event are available there.
So, like, we're seeing a massive growth in the retirement village sector because of the ageing demographic. Are you also seeing a bigger increase in your community, in your membership base?
That's a good question. So we've got about 470 clubs in New Zealand now. So there's a considerable amount of clubs, and we're seeing an increase in the amount of social and casual bowls participants.
Yep.
So your full members, let's just watch Gail Melrose needs it to hold. What a shot! That is a beautiful bowl.
You can hear the clapping outside.
Yeah, the crowd went absolutely wild for that one. I think the jack might have gone just out of bounds. So what is on the tee? So it gets replaced. 1 to North Harbour, but a great shot from Gale. What was I saying? We're seeing an increase in casual membership and in people just coming along to join our clubs, absolutely.
So, if you wanted just to rock up to a bowling, so I came down with, my daughter Jade Lester, and we wanted to come in and just do some bowls. Is it as easy to turn up and just to have a go, or do you need to phone in advance? Or?
Most clubs you'll be able to turn up and have a go, and there'll be people there who will help you out and give you some basic coaching. There's usually someone who can give you some coaching and just get you going and tell you about what the club offers. Would also encourage people, if you want to make a booking for more than 1 or 2, to just find the phone number in the phone book or Google the club, and you could probably make a booking at 450 of the 470 clubs.
And they would give you the bowls that you could use.
Yeah, so every bowling club has bowls that they supply to new players, and usually you lend them. They'll lend them to you for a year or 2 until you find something that you want. So, Browns Bay Bowling Club is a perfect example. In their clubhouse, they've got probably 30 or 40 sets of bowls that they just use to.
So it's easy to
lend
come
out.
in, have a go, and see if you enjoy the game.
Absolutely. It is a game that you can play as much of or as little as you feel like playing. If you wanted to, you could probably play 3 or 4 times a week, 30 weeks a year, or you could play once a week on an evening after work on a Thursday as
On
part
a
of
nice
the
sunny
social
day.
league.
Yep.
And Bowls New Zealand are happy for anything. If you're participating in the sport, that's a win.
That's
right?
a win. Yep.
So we saw a point go to the North Harbour team there. Or a couple. As Connie delivers the jack, you see the jack get blown off course just a little bit there, so it's an indication there's some wind.
Looking outside, it doesn't look that windy,
No.
but obviously there's a few gusts from that flag behind.
Sometimes I end up confusing myself when I'm playing outdoor bowls because I'll look at the flag and I'll look at the flag and get an idea of what direction the wind's going. So you look at, obviously the wind's going from X direction to X direction. And you look at the other flag and it's flapping in the other one. It's just,
So you go straight down the middle. Yeah.
Just go real quick up the middle and nothing could possibly go wrong.
That's a nice opener. Another great bowl.
Yeah, good stuff. They're finding their line and length here. Another one looking over the fence. Oh no, he's not over the fence. He's in front of the fence. He was looking over the score board, as we see. Connie on the forehand. How's the weight? Not going to be there. So you can see this is quite a short end. So the players feel like they wouldn't have to push it very far to get there.
So if it's a shorter end, is it harder to turn it in because you haven't got enough?
Yeah, it's perfect. So it doesn't turn. The bowls won't turn as much because they're not running.
Not going out. The curve is a lot smaller.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that because when you start playing bowls, a lot of people think, well, I'll aim at X point and that's how I get my bowl to turn. But we forget that there's no point aiming over there if the jack is 4 metres shorter than it was last time you played. So you do have to adjust where you aim, absolutely.
And to only have two bowls
to make the correction off here.
It's not a lot to get your eye in.
This could be close here from the Takapuna too. A little feather off
nice.
that one. Great shot.
Top draw.
Yep, beautiful bowl. We talk about the speed of greens. We measure it in seconds.
Okay.
So we talk about, so this green's probably running about 15 seconds, and by that I mean that's how long it takes for the bowl to run a full track. And the faster, the quicker the green, the longer it's going to take the bowl to run, because it's going quicker. It sounds counterintuitive.
Yeah, that's the quicker the green, the shorter.
That's what you would think, but that's not it, because the bowl, it's hard to explain.
It moves.
It feels like it's coming, so it's fingertip weight. So if it was a snooker table and you tap it real lightly, the ball is going to be in motion for longer than if you did that same amount of tap on a thicker whatever. But it's absolutely counterintuitive when you first start playing bowls and someone tells you, oh, this is a real quick green, it's running at 20 seconds. I'm like, what? And a slow green might run at 12 seconds sort of thing.
And do some people prefer a slow green to a quick green, or do you just adapt to the...
Yeah, it's about adaptability. Most New Zealanders prefer a quicker green. We'd rather a green be 16, 17, 18 seconds, which is sort of the fastest greens that you'll find in the world. Whereas...
So to get what do you need to do to the green to cultivate it? Is it the actual green, the constituents of the green? Is it the way that you manicure and look after the green?
Yes, a lot of it comes down to the type of grass or weed that they're using. So this is a Maniatoto weed, which is a water weed from Central Otago that for some reason it's just good at creeping. So it's perfect for a bowling green. In the past we've used grass greens, and there's starweed, etc., etc. And then it's about the greenkeepers are God, so they know what they're doing. They cut it and roll it and spray.
So like
it
golf,
exactly like golf. They. I wouldn't envy their job, because I'm sure that every club has one greenkeeper and 300 experts. But they look after the greens and make sure that they're nice and level, and you roll a green sort of before play. So this will have been rolled once or twice today.
And I suppose the
to
chalk
compact
marks would
it down.
disappear in the rain, so you'd have to keep on re-chalking
That's right.
on a regular basis.
Regularly re-chalked in New Zealand. In the UK, they don't chalk them because they have slower greens, so it's more like grass. So it's actually hard to chalk them because
Yep.
it's a bit fluffy. In New Zealand and Australia, you can chalk your greens because it's more compacted down. Gale may be calling for aggression here. So I think Gale's calling for the shot bowl to be removed. That blue stickered bowl, which is right. Yeah. She's asking for aggression here. On the forehand, looking to punch that short bowl. Wanting to punch that one onto the shot bowl. That wasn't far away. Almost looking for a little cannon there. Yeah, Colin Williams and Dennis Hale in the background. Colin, one of the button pushers. Usually just behind the wall, but obviously has escaped. So Sarah...
Yes, they let him out.
Yeah, Sarah's doing all the work, and
Yeah.
Dennis Hale to the left just having a chat to Colin. Doing well, Sarah. So we see Kieko on the backhand. So Colin, what's he doing? Must be
Changing the camera lens.
changing a mic or something. Oh, I can just about hear that. And Kieko getting around to her bowl. So no time limit here, so they can take as much time as they want. Just have to finish the 12 ends. And we've got sunlight for about 3 hours, so I'll be surprised if
That'll be
we
nice
overrun
here.
it.
7, 8 o'clock. There'll be people on the beach. 9 o'clock at night.
They might be playing with no commentary by then, I suspect, Scott.
You'll be at Penguino's having an ice cream.
Absolutely. Closes at 5:30.
5:30. Yep.
Got 2.5 hours. I've been told the hazelnut ice cream is the one to go for. So we'll
I do like a lemon sorbet.
lemon sorbet.
Yeah.
Gail Melrose here, looking to dead draw it.
Oh, that's a great one.
What a fantastic effort that was. She couldn't have played that any better. Kieko on the forehand. So Gail's got a back bowl right at 6 o'clock. The red bowl. So no, she's just been told to do the same thing again. I thought she might be tempted to get a bit aggressive.
We haven't really seen that aggression yet in this.
No, we haven't. Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold.
That looks good.
Oh, unlucky twice.
Just flipped off.
Yeah, two great efforts there. But one more to North Harbour. They're sort of eking ahead, aren't they? I wouldn't call it convincing. They're not convincingly in front.
With that many bowls on the pit, on the grass, it's
Yeah,
still anyone's game.
just chipping away. Connie. Oh, that's gone a bit weird. So if this goes out of bounds, that
So a
means
few people watching.
that's a great crowd, isn't it? Gathering for the finals.
I think I've just seen another member from Senior Trust come through.
Oh, excellent. That's good
Chap
stuff.
called Clifford. Recently joined the team. He's got a lot of lending experience, working for the Bank of New Zealand over a couple of decades.
That's something else you were saying about the senior trust is the amount of experience in your group as well.
because we're just focused on lending to retirement villages and aged care facilities, we've built up a lot of specialist knowledge. And we've recently added to our team. We've brought in Alex from PwC, Clifford just came from B&Z. So we've got a core team, been with Senior Trust many, many years. We've added to that. Because of the growth in Senior Trust over the last many, many years, and we're lending to more retirement villages, and we're expanding, we're getting more investors on board. We're also very conscious to increase the size of our investor relations team. So to have that personal contact that you can always speak to someone over the phone, obviously for us that's also very critical. It's a bit wide, is it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come. I don't think it's going to come back. Just died out in the rough there a little bit. So an opportunity here for Mary Campbell on her backhand. Needs it to run. Oh, it's not the worst bowl, but she'll also be a little bit disappointed. You sort of, particularly if your opposition plays a poor bowl, you always want to go, right, I'm going to go right on top of the jack and just let you know
That you're in the game. Yeah.
Happened.
Put a bit of pressure on. Bay of Plenty can't afford to lose this end, because then it starts to get a little bit of too much sunlight.
Yeah, particularly when it's only been ones and twos scored. You know, we haven't seen numbers scored, so you'll be asking, if you fall 3 or 4 behind, you're not going to get that in one end. It's going to take 2 or 3 ends to get back within Kui. Mary here on her forehand. How's the weight?
That looks good.
Needs to go.
Just a bit short.
Oh, got bogged.
Good line, just a bit short.
They'd kill for the jack to be a metre shorter than what it is. Be 4 good bowls then. On the forehand. Clean run. Oh, look at that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowls of the same weight.
Why is the jack called a jack?
I have wondered that for a very long time.
Why not John or Jeff?
Sometimes it's called kitty.
Okay.
So down south in the South Island they call it a kitty more than they'd call it a jack.
Okay.
Don't know why.
Yep.
In the laws of the game it's called a jack.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a good question. It's probably one of the ones I don't know the answer to. Yeah,
Lost in the fables of history.
Yeah, yeah. I'll figure it out on a particularly slow day. I'll go and find out why it's called the jack. But that's just it's just what it's called.
And the jack's always the same size and same weight?
Yeah, there are regulations for the size and weight of a jack. Although it varies a little bit from manufacturer to manufacturer, but a jack always has to be X size, whereas bowls are a little bit more unique. So all 4 bowls within a set have to be the same, but the set can be essentially whatever.
And are there approved manufacturers?
Yes, there are, yeah. So World Bowls...
so you don't import bowls from overseas? You wouldn't go to like an Amazon or somewhere like that. You'd go to an approved manufacturer to purchase. Yeah,
there's probably 4 or 5 manufacturers of lawn bowls in the world.
Yep.
2 or 3 of them are based in Australia, and then there's a couple up in the UK, and they have to be manufactured to a certain standard, and they're played on a testing table. If they reach that standard, they're given a World Bowl stamp. Yeah, so if they're true, if all 4 will do the same thing within a certain tolerance.
And what would it cost a set of bowls?
For a brand new set of bowls, it's between $700 and $800.
So quite expensive.
Yeah, for a brand new set they are, but there's a pretty good second-hand market of bowls that are good enough. You know, they're good enough bowls. a pretty good second-hand market. Most bowling clubs will have bowls for sale. I saw one on a table over there, here at Browns Bay, or Trade Me or Facebook, but it's buyer beware for those two spaces. So you can get a good deal, but there are also always those horror stories when you sort of get into that situation.
I suppose over time, though, the bowl won't lose its substance, it won't lose its credibility because of what it's made out of.
That's right. It probably takes about 30 years for a bowl to change because they're so dense.
Yeah.
They're made out of a really dense composite plastic. So you essentially have you'll change bowls before your bowls change. You know, you've got a career long.
And if you
bowl.
dropped it on would it chip or?
They can chip. I haven't seen it happen very often. I've seen one bowl break in half, but it was an indoor bowl, and it was it had a little crack in it, and it had been left over the winter and the summer, and it must have frozen and unfrozen. It split in half, so he went to get it out of the box, and it's just lying in two halves. So, well, that's not very helpful.
That's a nice bowl.
Yeah, great shot there from the red. So, they're pretty solid bowls. They're hard to break. You buy them, you're pretty much set until you want to get
Set for life.
a new set. That looks like it's a blue stickered bowl, isn't it? That one that just drew the shot. So they're sitting with one. Check all the way down. Oh, it's a red sticker. I am colourblind, but honestly, it's not that. I'm just, I don't know. I don't have an excuse. I've sworn off energy drinks for this week, so maybe that's got something to do with it. Less caffeine. So red there, which is the Bay Plenty team trailing 3-6, holding a couple. You can see a couple of the medal winners in the background watching on. Must be from an earlier final.
Well, great effort to play all week and come out as a finalist or even a runner-up is a sterling effort.
Very impressive. And Kieko here on her forehand. So she's got the blue stickered bowls to hit up. This is close. Oh, that's unlucky, really. She gave that every chance.
There's not a lot of room, though.
No, she would have been looking to cannon one of those blue bowls up, half a bowl wide. So yeah, as you say, she missed by 2 or 3 inches and got no reward for it really. Gale,
Will that turn?
this is very close. Needs it to run.
Just a bit short.
Perfect track.
2 to Bay Plenty.
Yeah, so it's exactly the sort of end that you spoke about them wanting to have here if they can hold on to it. This is an important bowl. Needs a slice of luck. And she's got that. That's a very good result. 1 to North Harbour.
Come up here with a bit of weight to play the red through. It's the shot now.
So Marilyn's saying we're 1 down, try and remove the red bowl.
A bit of weight.
Yeah, and this is a very, very hard shot to play. Oh, she doesn't have the oomph.
Bit light.
Yeah. More the weight.
Well, that was a great bowl before to change the end for North Harbour.
Yeah, but Plenty would have been feeling like they were going to score on that end, I think. So it was
That could be demoralising.
That would be. It absolutely would be. Oh, that jack's not up, so that means that Gail gets to place it wherever she wants. So what would the process be, Scott, if I was like, oh, I've been watching the broadcast of the Masters and I liked what Scott had to say about the Senior Trust and I got in contact with with Senior Trust. What's the process from there? What would it be like for a customer?
So the process would be, we'd be there to answer any questions. We'd give you all the information in a very easy to read format so you can understand all about Senior Trust. We'd also point you and give you a copy of the product disclosure statement so you can really understand what you're investing in. And at that stage, if it was the right offer for you and you felt it really met what you were looking for, then it's as simple as applying online. Also, we also send out paper application forms for some people who would prefer to do it on paper as opposed to online. And then we manage the whole process for you. And we're in contact on a regular basis. We pay quarterly distributions. So our next distribution end is 30th of September. And then we pay the distribution every quarter in cash within 14 days after the quarter end. So it's a very simple process to invest with Senior Trust. And a lot of our investors have been with Senior Trust for many, many years.
Yeah, that was my other question. I was going to ask. Do you find there's like a community?
There's
Like
definitely a community, and when people leave Senior Trust, it's usually due to a change of circumstance, a medical event, or another reason. But we have a really long-standing investor base, and we can see that when we go to the road shows, that people know the other people in the room, and they've been investing with Senior Trust for many years, and they understand the retirement village sector. You know, it's a great sector to be in.
Gary Campbell on the forehand. So 3-7. Yeah, for that 4-point.
This is a critical end.
Yeah, it really is. I feel to bad plenty like now is the hour. You know, you need to be.
If they get 2 points back, it closes the gap, it changes it again.
Yeah. Time to score a point, and it'll be frustrating for the team. That I mean, I wonder if the green's slowing down because we've seen a lot of short bowls, and it's just unhelpful when you're trying to build a four's head. This bowl here from the Takapuna too. Oh, well, that's a helping hand for the Bad Plenty team. Let's punch one of the red stickers, Bad Plenty bowls, up into the head.
Just seen a nice dog walk past.
No. Oh, need to come back. Too busy watching the bowls.
Do you get many pets, many dog owners come through?
Yep. And some clubs are, well, the dog-friendly clubs, of course. Yep. There's a few bowlers, well-known bowlers who own dogs that have sort of grown up around bowls, so they're quite well trained, so they sit there
and watch the game.
Water and watch the game. I've also seen dogs get off their leash and run across the greens, which is a bit more dramatic. A lot of clubs have club cats as well. Just good, keeps rodents under control, but like they just, you just feed your.
You don't have an issue with moles, do you? Moles?
No, no, we don't have any. The worst pest for a green is the little nematodes. Is that like something that gets into a green?
Oh, and it chews up the.
Yeah, the little insects that get.
So you don't get molehills and stuff like that.
No, not so bad with the animals. We just have the cats and occasional bird that'll wander across. I saw a thing on social media.
2-2 North Harbour.
Yes, holding the 2. 7-3. They're feeling okay here, aren't they? And playing good bowls, to be fair.
I think both teams are playing some good bowls.
Yeah, we saw that key shot from Kieko in the end ago when Bad Plenty was holding a nice 2 and she just...
Under pressure
was able to get a bowl there.
The market quality.
Absolutely. Marilyn been asked to play her backhand. Kieko just having a look at the head first. Jamie on the backhand. Looks like it doesn't want to turn. Oh, just sneaking past. So it's that blue stick it bowls.
You wouldn't try to come down straight down the middle with that through that gap.
It is always tempting, to be fair, as an option, but I think if the bowls weren't so spread out distance-wise, so if the weight was more level, it's easier to hit stuff.
Well, that's a lovely bowl.
That's a great shot there. Beautiful bowl.
Top draw.
And she was 2 down there as well, but drawing the shot too easy with weight to find a bit of fresh air when the head's set up like that.
Unpredictable.
Yeah, although when you do execute that well, it is a very satisfying shot to play. Good bowl there. I mean, now might be a perfect time for Kieko on her forehand just to go bowl or jack. You knock the bowl away, you get a couple. You take the jack right back into the ditch. That's fine.
And when the jack's in the ditch, it gets reset.
If it's in the ditch in between the marks, it'll stay in the ditch, and if it's out of the ditch, outside the 2 marks, it'll go onto the 2 metre mark. So that's what she's looking to do, but she doesn't quite have the weight there. It's sort of your minimum weight.
And if it's in the ditch, is it still the closest ball to the ditch?
The closest bowl to the jack,
To the jack, yeah.
And if your bowl has touched the jack before then,
It's a toucher.
it can go into the ditch and still be okay. So
Okay.
you can have a bowl right next to the jack in the ditch, and it could be unbeatable essentially. So you're just playing for second and third and fourth shot sort of thing. Gale on the backhand. Kieko on the forehand side again. This is a better effort here. Oh, she's a bowl wide. May have got incredibly unlucky there if she's managed to roll in a second Bay of Plenty bowl.
Three to Bay of Plenty.
Goodness gracious me. So I think Kieko was unlucky. She was looking to replace the bowl and knock the jack back and was a bit wide, knocked another one in. So this is a huge end for the Bay of Plenty team. They could draw level. It could be 7-all in about 12 seconds. Needs it to run. That's
Nice bowl.
That's classy stuff. Really good bowl there from Gail Melrose. That's rubbing salt into a wound. I've seen 4 indicated by Minna and Mary. Oh, you're asking a bit there, aren't you?
That was more hope than...
I think there's a lot of hope here. It's 4. Yeah. That's fine. I think I did see a Specsavers sign somewhere. So 4 reds, so 7 apiece.
Wow.
They've wasted the first 8 ends. So we're 7-all now on the 9th end of 12.
That was a critical end for North Harbour. Now it's all square again.
Roaring right back into this game. So Mary try and keep the jack alive. Yeah, very good. Right up the middle. Both teams do seem reasonably evenly matched in this game.
Very close. I wouldn't be surprised if it came down to the last end.
No, neither. Absolutely not. And like we said, always more interesting if the drama, if you can get the stakes the stakes be nice and high. So why not go to an extra end? They can be all square after the regulation 12 and go into the sudden death end.
The final goes down to an extra end.
Why not? It's Connie on her back end. On the back end, Mary Campbell. Connie on the back end. Gets past this one. It's a good bowl. That's a lovely shot there. Well played.
The World Bowls Championship. When was the last time that was played in New Zealand?
2016 was the last time it was played in New Zealand. It was the last time it was played because it got COVIDed twice. So ordinarily it's every 4 years.
4 years, okay.
But it was 2016 to now, and this was the first time we had one since then. So it did allow us. We won the New Zealand men won the World Singles and the World Fours title in 2016.
Oh, good on
So
him.
we'd been claiming for some time
Yeah,
that we're the reigning,
yeah.
the reigning world champions. So that was the positive.
So we're the longest world champions.
Oh, you could argue that, yeah.
Well, I think we should.
Spin it whatever positive way, whatever positive way you can.
And when they play it, do they play in like Browns Bay bowling greens, or are they set?
Yeah, so it's like you'll have a host city. So the one that was most recently played, which was this year in the Gold Coast, there was 46 countries attending. So they had to use, I think they used 5 clubs, and every club has 2 or 3 greens, sort of thing for the duration. Then the finals come down to one club. So multiple clubs around the area are used. And it was pretty good bowls, you know. That's the top
That's
players.
the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we've had it 3 times: 1988, 2008, and 2016. The World Bowls Championships in New Zealand, and there might be a random 4th one.
Yep.
Somewhere there.
Nice bowl.
Gail just asking for bowls past the head. So that's that strategy. You know, you're looking to just get a bowl past, and then you can worry about the rest. Beautiful weight. Jamie Chen. It's a really good bowl there because it's past the head, so it's in a handy spot.
So many bowlers don't wear gloves, like you'd find in golf or.
There are bowls gloves, but most bowlers tend to. It's a really much a touch sport, a feel sport. So we feel like when you wear gloves that you lose a bit of the
connection
with the bowl. But they do sell bowls gloves, so wet weather in particular, or people with small hands to get a bit of grip. There's a blue-stickered bowl that she's just hit in there. 3 to North Harbour, according to the Lollipop Man. So, after having scored 4 points to catch right up, Bay of Plenty are in a little bit of trouble here. Be interesting to see what shot Gail opts to play. I think she'll be playing over rather than under regardless, looking to bump into bowls and sort of stop around.
Shake up a bit.
Yeah, it'd be tempting to play the backhand, which is to the left as we see it. That looks like the most open line to the jack. It's a commentator's curse, eh? She'll just draw it on the forehand. Not sure if she's got the right weight here.
It's a bit light.
Beautiful track. And now she's blocked up the backhand, so she's committed herself. Oh, that's a good bowl. Holding 4 now. And she's blocked the hand, so she's going to have to draw under pressure here.
I suppose you need a bit of weight to make a difference.
Yeah. If her first bowl hadn't swung across like it did, she would have been able to smack it. She's close
That
here,
looks-
needs it to turn. Well, it's better than it was. 2, they say, so she's cut it down
Well,
to 2. That's a good shot.
bowl. Just bank the 2.
Yeah, just kept away from it there, so 2. So that's a good result, really, from Gail. Halving the count.
I mean, they'll both be pretty happy.
It's looking to measure for 3. Yeah, and that's a psychology there from the team, just letting Gail know, even though she's disappointed with the bowl, she's cut it down to cut out 2. Also reminding your opposition that she's cut out 2, so a bit of
3 ends
experience.
to go.
Yeah,
Still anyone in it.
yeah. I wouldn't want to pick you a winner here, really. Both teams, I think, have played pretty good bowls. Connie on the forehand. Willing it on. Needs to run.
That's a nice opener.
Yeah, good start. And Neri will just be focusing on getting her 2 bowls past the jack. It's a poor bowl. Connie. Neri on the forehand, looking to make that correction from her first one. It's just slightly slower green than what they're used to here for all 8 players, because we have seen quite a few bowls just pull up that little bit short. Not much, just 2 or 3 feet short.
suppose it can make all the difference.
It's incredibly frustrating when you know you've got the right green and your bowl just stops. You go, why couldn't it just keep going just a smidgen more?
Bit too heavy.
Yeah, but got away with it. 2 blue bowls on the 2 metre mark now. Minapole here on her forehand. No, doesn't have the oomph.
Will there be a bit of fatigue setting in?
Yep, yeah, probably more mental fatigue than physical fatigue, but absolutely if you just sort of, we all have a default weight and it's usually set to a quick green, so you start just, it's very easy to fade a little bit.
To keep that focus for all of these ends is...
Even when you think you're concentrating, sometimes you're not. Minna staying on the forehand. This could be better. May have overplayed.
Just a bit heavy.
Yeah. Jamie Chen on the back end. Takapuna. Hard to tell. Possibly one down to the blue, or Takapuna possibly holding one to the blue bowl. Very close. Good bowl. That's a lovely shot. Definitely holding one, maybe two there, I think. Ling just making sure she's got the right bias. If you play wrong bias and bowls, you're expected to shout your team a drink.
Okay.
That's the rule, or the unspoken rule.
So many a bar tab has been built up over time.
Absolutely, and there's usually, most bowling clubs have a bell that you have to ring if you play wrong bias. So once the event's finished, they
Ring the bell.
ring the bell. So it was me. Marilyn on the forehand. This could be very close. Needs to clear the front one. She had perfect weight. Great try.
Not a lot of gaps now to get through.
Yeah, call it holes for bowls, you know, so it's sort of, it's something you'd think, oh, I'll go through there and my bowl will be able to go through. And then it just finds a gap and it hasn't hit anything.
So would your more skillful bowlers be at the end when it's a lot harder, it's more cluttered around the jack? There's less options.
Yeah, it sort of, it spirals up really because, yeah, at the top level, the heads are very tight. So there's not that many gaps to find. You're always going to connect with something. It's a bit unlucky there from Kieko, falling just a little bit short. Certainly by the times the skips come to play, regardless of what event you're playing, and there's a lot of bowls to navigate. Like here you see there's 13 or 14 bowls played. Jamie saying we're 4 down.
4 down.
So another massive end. I think fatigue is playing into this a little bit. Yako on the back end. Needs it to turn. Oh, it's overplayed. It's an opportunity for a 5 here from the Bad Plenty team. Massive moment in the game. At a key point too. It's the 10th end.
2 to go.
Oh, just missing a bit wide, but that's a safe way to miss. All right, let's see what they concede. Everyone's looking at it. 1, 2. Oh no, that's just balls at the back. See the. I'm going to go to the blue bowl, and then go around. 1, 2, 3. So what was that? 4. 3.
Anyone
Confusion
to play for?
reigns. Still, it's a good end, so they're leading now
10-9.
10-9, and
2
this
to
is
go.
the penultimate end. So if Bad Plenty can win this end, that gives themselves a real good chance to
They
win the
really need to
match.
win it by about 2.
Yeah, if they get a 2 here, that'd be perfect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be too upset to drop a 1, because then you get last bowl
Yep.
on the last end. Even a 2, it's last bowl, last end. The game's designed that you're supposed to score with your last bowl.
So it's a great comeback now a couple of times by Bay of Plenty.
Yeah, it's been good stuff this game. Very seesawy. I think some pretty high quality bowls from all 8 players.
Certainly warrants a final.
On the forehand. Connie Matheson here on her backhand side, willing it to turn. Just turn it around the corner, that red stickered bowl. That's when you can feel something was like your luck's turned day, because she hit that pole pretty well, but it's just gone
It just helped Bay of Plenty.
horrendously. Minna Paul here on her forehand. Beautiful track, just the oomph. Is it going to turn? And how's the weight? Those are the 2 questions. Not enough oomph, easy to do. Girl asking Minna to switch to the backhand. Close here if she's got the oomph. Yeah, definitely
It's a bit
slowing.
short.
Definitely slowing down the screen. We've seen a lot of short bowls the last 3 or 4 ends.
little bit short again.
And Gail just sort of reinforcing the please be passed request, reaching this bowl. So they are holding that one, the opening team. Jamie on the forehand, trying to give her bowl a chance. If it stops, it's good. Yeah, that's a handy bowl there. It means if the jack is moved back, you've got a bowl
You've
sort of
got-
past the head.
A little bit heavy.
Oh, it just kept rolling, didn't it? Jamie Chen again on the forehand side. Just wait for it to go into view. Oh, I heard the click of a bowl. Must have had good weight and just bumped into something. So Batley holding one on the crossover, I think, and then a blue stickered bowl at 9 o'clock on your screen.
To be a 2 ahead on the last end, it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, still two still in Wayne's game. 3, 4, 5. You feel a bit better about it. But 2 remains stressful. Gale here on the back end. Beautiful line. Good shot. Not sure what Kyoko will opt to do. So many short bowls makes it really challenging. On the forehand. That one square. Oh dear. No change. Gale on the back end. Oh.
Bit heavy.
Yeah, she knew it too. I think it was just a slight slip in the concentration. You can see the smile when she let it go.
So 1-2, Bay of Plenty.
So the final end potentially 11-9. Big moments here.
Too close to call.
Yeah, you'd have a slight advantage to Bad Plenty only because they're the 2 points up, not the 1 point up. Like a
Very slight.
they'll be paying about the same. Very slight advantage. Yeah, Campbell's delivered the jack.
So will it be another end on the final?
Yeah, well, I hope.
You've been waiting for that.
I hope so. I've asked for it all day. Would be ideal. Mary Campbell on the forehand. Just taking her time. making sure she was past the head there, I think. Connie taking her time as well. See how important this last end is. They all just want to make sure it's perfect. Good bowl. Yeah, lovely shot there.
Oh, that's a great bowl.
Perfect, really. A little bit past the jack. And for one. Mary Campbell on her forehand. No, poor bowl. So North Harbour will sniff a golden opportunity here. On the wide side. But holding two.
That's all they need.
Done enough. Oh, the pressure. So if Takapuna, North Harbour team can make it 3, then they're holding the win. They're holding the win now.
Oh, that's a great bowl.
Yeah, the pressure's going to continue to just ramp up here for the Papling team. Well, they're no stranger to pressure. Yeah, good shot. That's classy.
That's what you needed to do.
Classy under pressure.
Delivered at the right time.
She'll be very pleased with that one. It means that North Harbour's going to have to play a good shot to minimise the usefulness of that. So at some point, North Harbour's going to have to remove the shot bowl and move the jack. You know, you can't. You're not going to score 2 by getting too closer than that bowl of Minapools. Which tells us that at some point something's going to have to happen. Very good bowl it was. Constantine here on the back end. Handy enough, you know, it's a 4th shot. It's been good to have a nice crowd here today.
Oh, it's been a great crowd. Great weather.
Jamie on the forehand. This is interesting. And fresh air. Probably pleased that she missed everything there, actually. I think it would have not been a favourable result if she'd connected.
So North Harbour's going to have to remove that bowl pretty soon.
Yeah, and they'll know that too.
Can she protect it?
Sort of want to draw a second shot on either hand. So one Oh dear. Yeah, I think North Harbour just has to have a go at this. Get Jamie Chen to
Bit
try
of
and move
pace.
the ball. Yeah.
Bit of aggression.
No future in just drawing. In the area. Oh, just holding. If it stops, it's a good bowl. Yeah, it's handy. That means it was good weight. But Gail Melrose probably on her backhand side will just cover where the jack might go. Crossover nearly complete here. On what's potentially the final end of the Spoils North Harbour Masters. Opting for the backhand. Close here. Handy bowl. You still feel like if you can find a way to get rid of that bowl, that's probably the best call, isn't it?
Oh, they've got to do something soon.
She's got, just 2 bowls left.
Got to make it count.
Kieko on the forehand. Diving. Held more than I thought it would.
We'll give her a chance for the last bowl.
On the forehand. Lovely bowl. It's really hard to see a path to 2.
Would you hit it as hard as you can and leave it on the laps of the gods?
Tempting. If I was going to hit something as hard as I could, I'd hit the short white bowl that sits at 1 o'clock and see if you could cannon out enough of the
Split the jack
of the
and see where it
bowls.
lands.
Yeah, yeah. I think they would rather, you'd rather die not wondering. You'd rather sort
Nothing
of
to lose.
go out in a blaze of glory here. So we should see aggression, but they just decide what sort of aggression they want to play. Maybe that they go directly for the shot bowl. That sits at 12 o'clock.
And then see where it lands.
Yeah, and try and get the jack to just.
I mean, it could hit the red ball and then bounce back to where the 2 blues are.
Absolutely, or you could get a good little rub, and there's a blue bowl on the 2 metre mark, and then a blue bowl to the right of that on the other bit of chalk. Get the jack to land over there. That's 2 for the draw. So I think you're looking for jack movement. Absolutely.
Deep breath.
Yeah. Come down to this.
You've got to make it count.
On the forehand, last bowl, potentially. It'll make a connection. She's played this very well. She's played this very well. Oh, my goodness. I thought she had the jack, but she didn't.
Great
Now
effort.
it's so close. And with that, we see the final concluded. Congratulations to Gail Melrose, Marilyn Constantine, Minna Paul, and Mary Campbell for winning this women's 4s. What a game that was.
Exciting game. Last ball.
Couldn't ask for much more. So thank you again for joining me from the Senior Trust. And just the last way, how do we contact you if we want to get in contact?
www.seniortrust.co.nz. You can see the phone number on the screen, 0800 609 600. Give us a call. We're pleased to send you out some information, and we'll be in contact shortly. But really appreciate you inviting us up here for the day. It's been a great day. Really exciting games.
Yeah, it's been great stuff, and yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you to the viewers for tuning in. It's been a good day of bowls here at the Browns Bay Bowling
Superb.
Club, and congratulations to all the winners, not just the winners that we've seen here on the live broadcast, but the winners on all the other games played as well. So long, and we'll see you next time.
See you next year. Bye-bye.
Let us drive your investment returns. We are New Zealand's specialist lenders to the premium retirement village sector. Senior Trust has a strong track record of delivering investors attractive, stable returns. Get in touch with our specialist investor care team today.